I'll begin now. Calling to order the regular meeting of the Albany Unified School District Board of Education for Tuesday, May 26, 2020. May we have a roll call, please?
Superintendent Wells,
Here.
President Trutain,
Here.
Vice President Duran,
Here.
Trustee Clark,
Here.
Trustee Doss,
Here.
Trustee Hinckley,
Here.
Student Board Member Weinstein,
Here.
and Student Board Member Mala.
Here.
Thank you.
Our next item is the Pledge of Allegiance. Join if you wish. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Student board members, I'd like to ask you to read the AUSD mission and vision statement and our meeting norms, please.
The mission of Albany Unified School District is to provide excellent public education that empowers all to achieve their fullest potential as productive citizens. AUSD is committed to creating comprehensive learning opportunities in a safe, supportive, and collaborative environment, addressing the individual needs of each student.
Meeting norms maintain a focus on what is best for our students. Ensure a safe environment for all views to be expressed, treating each other as staff and the public respectfully. Endeavor to find common solutions to issues through collaboration without sacrificing one's beliefs in what is best for our students. And finally, make a commitment to effective deliberation, each one listening with an open mind while others are allowed to express their points of view.
Thank you very much, student board members. We're at item 5 on the agenda, report of action taken in closed session. There was no action taken in closed session, which brings us to item 6, approval of the agenda. Board, do you have any requests for changes to the agenda? If not, do I have a motion?
I make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
Okay, we'll do another roll call for approval. Mission, could you
Yes, sorry, I was on mute. Student Board Member Mala,
Yes.
Student Board Member Weinstein,
Yes.
President Trutain,
yes.
Vice President Duran,
Yes.
Trustee Clark,
Yes.
Trustee Doss,
Yes.
Trustee Hinckley.
Yes.
Thank you.
The agenda was approved unanimously. Item 7 on our agenda is staff report 7-1, the road to reopening, an update. I'll
Thank
hand
you,
this
President Trutain. This was a springboard from our presentation weeks ago on the road to reopening schools. And as promised and committed, our commitment to our community, we held our first meeting last Thursday. And I'm going to turn the update over to our director, Alexia Ritchie, to provide you with a full update on where we're at right now, where we're headed, and how we're going to get there.
Great. Thank you, Superintendent Wells. Thank you, President Trutain, board members, and everybody who's with us this evening. I appreciate the opportunity to update you on what is going to be a critical decision that the district makes for educating our students in the fall. You know, we've called it the road to reopening schools. More clearly, though, it would be the road to educating our students in the fall, as reopening the physical buildings is certainly one of 3 scenarios that districts, not only across the state, but across the world, are grappling with. The 3 scenarios would be to reopen the schools, similar to what we had pre-COVID. Of course, there would be many health recommendations in place at that time. There's also a hybrid approach that you could take. The hybrid approach would blend what we see currently with remote learning with on-site educational opportunities as we see medically and health-wise fit. And then the third scenario, of course, would be to continue the remote learning. The program that we currently have is doing what it can to educate our students, but moving forward, if we were to continue with a full remote learning platform, we would certainly need to spend a lot of time to ensure that our students are receiving that rigorous and quality education. As Superintendent Wells mentioned, we have a Road to Reopening Schools planning team. I'm proud to say that we have about 43 members on that team, representing many different areas and stakeholding groups in Albany. Our first planning team was Thursday, May 21st. Please look to our latest website edition, which is the Road to Reopening Schools under our COVID-19 updates. You will see a list of our team members, as well as updates to the minutes that we have Julie sent updating just today. So please check that website out for the current information as we move forward with our planning team. Our planning team will be meeting for 4 meetings from now through June 25th. The focus of the meetings would be consistent with what Alameda County's Office of Education is asking us to consider in terms of this uncharted territory of being prepared for all 3 of those scenarios. So moving forward, this week we're going to be taking a look at school facilities and school personnel. The following week will be whole child supports. We're then taking a look at curriculum and how to deliver that curriculum under instruction. And then our final meeting will wrap up any other considerations. We're going to be concluding with a town hall. We need to be able to plan that out so that we can announce our movement forward on the decision and share that with our community so that we can get ready to educate our students again come fall. Any questions I can entertain tonight?
I have one.
Yes.
How much sort of guidance do you expect to get from the county and or the state? In other words, how much leeway does the district actually have to make all of these decisions? Or are there points in time where you expect we'll get some sort of clarification of things we either can or cannot or must do as we move this process forward? And I guess related to that, what is your sort of time frame, both building up to the town hall and then bringing an ultimate decision to the board to make?
Right, our superintendent then will answer that for us.
Well, I would take the part about what kind of guidance we're going to get, and Director Ritchie can take the rest. I've been working directly with the county superintendent, even had an opportunity to meet with the state superintendent. And it's clear that there's very limited guidance outside of the health, state and county health guidelines. It's leaving a lot of discretion up to the local districts. And so what we have done as a county and as neighboring superintendents, we've been meeting on a regular basis, grappling with the current status and looking at the 3 noted scenarios that we would have to address, as Director Ritchie mentioned earlier. And that is, again, the hybrid, the extended learning, and a pre-COVID model with some safety precaution measures in place. As it relates to where we are and where we're going and what we hope to get out of this, both Director Ritchie and along with Marie Williams and myself have been working very diligently with the wonderful team that was assembled by my team, and Director Ritchie can pick it up from here.
To answer the second part of your question, what we'd like to do is certainly receive as much feedback from our planning team members by June 25th. We also have plans to distribute our parent and family survey. We'll be working with board member Mala on the student survey results, and to be able to gather as much information as we can by June 25th to present to our superintendent, to present to the executive cabinet, and to what's considered our district leadership team, which includes all of our site principals. We have a very short window to gather all of that information and create a logical plan moving forward. So we do anticipate and would plan on having at least the framework of our school year going forward by the 1st of July. That would be the destined goal.
I have a couple of comments. Director Ritchie, I heard you say that your next meeting is going to be on facilities and personnel, I think. The week after that, whole child. Following that, curriculum. And then what I'm not so clear about is the next meeting going to be anything else that comes up and combined into the town hall, or is the town hall going to be separate from that last meeting?
We are planning a separate town hall. This particular meeting we needed to have as a placeholder, as again, we're moving through uncharted territory in terms of what we need to consider. And so using the Alameda County office's guidelines, they did suggest that in any event, you keep something open because you never know between now and June 25th what you might need to really consider and put on the front burner.
Thank you. And I also wanted to just clarify that we are getting health and safety guidelines, both from our county health department and the federal guidelines from the Center for Disease Control, and we have access to those. And then I wanted to circle back around to something that Trustee Hinckley mentioned about the final decision on what plan we're going to use. Can you, or Superintendent Wells, please address that specifically about when that decision is going to be made and who has the authority to make that decision?
Thank you, President Tutain. The board is going to make the final call with information from the staff so that it's fully informed based on the recommendation and also what our neighborhood folks are doing as a unit. And it will be based on guidelines. And what we know about our guidelines, they change pretty quickly from week to week. We're hoping we don't have any setback. We intend and behaving as if we are on schedule until we're not on schedule. And so we're going to, on one hand, we would like to make the announcement July 1st, but what's happening July 1st may be very different from August 15th. And we're scheduled to come back around the 25th. And that's why it's very different than a typical kind of plan, hence come the contingency based on the guidelines that may or may not shift in the opposite direction.
Okay, so to make sure that I'm straight on that, then you're saying that the board, which is not normally scheduled to meet in July, might convene a special meeting, say, soon after July 1st, to make a preliminary decision on the mode of learning for the fall. But then in August, when we see the current situation, we might need to revisit that decision at one of our August meetings or at an emergency August meeting. Is that correct?
Those are possibilities. I would want to wait till the first week in August before making a decision because so much can change in about 3 weeks. Remember, we're scheduled to open around the 25th. So the first week in August will be a clearer projection based on guidelines than it would be anytime in July.
Okay, so even though you said that you hoped that this planning team would have a recommendation ready by July 1, you don't really see bringing that to the board until August when we have more information available locally. Is that correct?
That is correct, because the plan would involve a number of different contingencies, more situational, and that's how complex it is.
I see. Board, are there further questions or comments? We do have a public comment, but if any board member wants to speak to this first before the public comment, please go ahead.
I have a question. So I know they're saying that we have a lot of, that we can, take the lead on this in a sense, but is there any, so if we kind of come up with a plan and we have an agreement amongst the group, that we're working with, that Alexia is leading, and that is contradictory to some of the guidelines that we received from the county level, what's our plan? Our plan with that? Will we reconvene the group and have a discussion? And have another discussion to talk about those changes, like prior to that first week in August, or will we kind of just override those positions? Or what's our contingency plan for that?
Thank you, Member Doss. What we hope to accomplish is actually having this planning team help us think through all three scenarios simultaneously. Because at the end, what we would be, let's say, being able to deliver is some real clear thinking on any one of these three scenarios. And so, as Superintendent Wells mentioned, if the plan changes on a dime, what's helpful then is our planning team has already thought through those three scenarios. We're not necessarily putting the weight of a decision or a recommendation solely on this planning team, but this planning team is doing a lot of critical work for us to prepare us, the district and the board, for any of these three scenarios. So in spite of any recommendations that could come through, we feel confident that we're going to at least have the framework of a plan for any scenario that comes through. And I think that's the beauty of having this planning team think through all three scenarios for us.
Thank you.
In addition to that, that will be based on the guidelines and consistent with our spirit of being inclusive, collaborative, and transparent.
So I have a question or concern about the timeline, since there are fiscal and staffing implications to how we reopen the schools. And I understand wanting to maintain flexibility, because everything is constantly evolving, but it seems to me like there are some decision points where the board would need to weigh in before August. And I'm curious about how you're thinking about those processes moving along. I also think if the board is the body that ultimately has to make this decision, I think it would be helpful to give some indication to families what the board is interested in seeing before we get to earlier mid-August. I mean, I understand the challenge, but I think there's going to be a point at which a decision has to be made, and we can have contingencies unroll to some degree, but there have to be some decisions made at some point with imperfect knowledge. So I'm not quite sure how best to handle that as a decision-making process. I'd like to hear how you're thinking about that.
We're after listening to the board, and it's important that the board weigh in. And looking at our scheduled board meetings, our last one is scheduled for June 22nd for the school year. Perhaps we can have one either the last week in June or sometime in July. And so when we huddle up as a team here at district office, we will be able to come back with some dates that might be suitable for the board, be it the last week in June or sometime in July, as Board President Trutain mentioned, because it's critically important that we inform the board of all the input that we have, and then have the board weigh in before rolling something out as a proposal to the board for approval. So thank you for that.
Any other comments from the board?
I just was thinking about that. I know that, in the summer, especially now more than ever, people are going to be making plans and thinking about their life moving forward. And so I think that it's important, even if we have a tentative plan in place or anything like this, as soon as we have some information to report, I think it's important to get it out there so that people can at least start thinking about their plans and making plans, even if they're tentative plans and they do change based on the information we receive. Having something in place that people can kind of start to plan around, and working collaboratively with the UC and making sure that we have a clear understanding of what their plan is as well, because that's going to affect some students, along with the surrounding communities, and gathering all the information that we can, so that plan, so that parents can take that information, and make the best plans for their families. So as soon as we have information, I think it's important to get that in the hands of families so that they can start making decisions.
President Chutain, would it be helpful if we forwarded you and the board an updated timeline? That way folks would have a semblance of what's going on in terms of their own plans. And so we'll get that to you. I think we can do that by the end of the week. We can update our timeline to include all of that. Thank you, Trustee Doss, for that.
Yeah, I think that would be very helpful. And I think as much as possible, if we can post it also on our website, so parents would be able to access at least some information about what the planning team is doing at their meetings. I know that the minutes from the planning team are public, so that we can have as much transparency as possible on this whole procedure moving forward. Okay, at this point, I'd like to go ahead and read the public comment that we received on this item. This comment is from a parent, Suzanne Zalev. She writes, if the district ends up with staggered classroom schedules next year, I request that the district place siblings same schedules, e.g. same weeks on and off, or same days on and off, if the parents request it. It would be much easier for us if both our children are home at the same time and at school at the same time. Thank you very much, Suzanne Zalev, Ocean View parent and future AMS parent.
President Chutain, I know you can't, board can't comment on that, but I think it's important that I comment on that, because that's a critical piece that we do internally in terms of keeping families together as we look at a hybrid and or an extended, many are hybrid. So that is part of what we consider as a priority. So thank you for that. And I'm only sharing it so that the public know that we do take that in consideration. I appreciate the comment.
Thank you. Yeah. All right. We look forward to getting an update at each of our upcoming meetings on the road to reopening. There's no further comments. We will move to our agenda item number 8, approval of the consent calendar. Hearing no comments, we'll move to the consent calendar. Board, do you have any questions or comments on these items? If not,
I'll
go
make
ahead.
a motion that we approve the consent calendar.
I will second that. May we have a roll call vote, please, on the consent calendar?
Student Board Member Mala,
Yes.
Student Board Member Weinstein,
Yes.
Vice President Duran,
Yes.
Trustee Clark,
Yes.
Trustee Doss,
Yes.
Trustee Hinckley,
Yes.
President Chutain.
Yes.
Thank you.
The consent calendar passes unanimously. We're at the superintendent and board member reports. Superintendent Wells.
Thank you, President Chutain. I just have 2 items tonight. I'm scaling back, but just wanted, and it be brief tonight. As you know, we have paused with our budget advisory committee, and I'm happy to report that I think we are on the same page as a team moving forward, clarifying some roles and responsibilities, and how best to serve the district as it relates to budget issues and budget recommendations. A much needed group for our district. And I'm anticipating we would have a proposal to the board at our next June meeting. And of course, that would be after we meet as a BAC, I call it miniature group. So I wanted to let you know that was still in motion, and I'm excited about the opportunities in that group. Just a reminder, our summer programs this year will be done remotely, and they start mid-June. And we have three plus one summer programs, one of which is our ELD program for the summer, our summer special ed program, along with our summer credit recovery program at the high school for students who are in need of making up credits. And then finally, we're introducing a new program, our bridge program, for our fifth graders who are leaving the elementary, going to the middle school, where they can get familiar with the program and services that we offer to support them and develop some skills or fine tune some skills in preparation for their new endeavor. And we also have it for our eighth graders leaving middle school, going to the ninth grade, and more to come regarding those programs. But I just wanted to let you know, the point here is that just announcing again that our summer programs will take place remotely through extended learning. And that concludes the superintendent report for this evening.
Yeah, thank you very much. For my report, I would like to share my screen. Give me a minute here. Okay. These are truly unprecedented times. My attention was drawn to this news that the superintendents of 6 of the largest districts in the state, collectively enrolling nearly 1 million students, warned Governor Newsom that their fall reopening would be delayed. In the letter, it says, cuts will mean that the reopening of schools will be delayed even after state guidance and clearance from public health officials is given. The notion that schools can continue to operate safely in the fall with a decreased state budget is not realistic. I find this to be a very meaningful statement by these very large districts. Here are the districts again. This was, I did some screenshots of the letter that was made public. What it didn't say in that little snippet that I read is this first paragraph here, if you have a chance to read it, describes what the schools have been doing, that they've been providing more than 24 million meals to our citizens, acquired more than 300,000 devices and hotspots in order to address the digital divide, and have invested in training over 40,000 educators to strengthen the quality of distance learning. All of these efforts required significant expenditures. The next paragraph has some of the specific tests about the problems with trying to plan reopening when our budgets, which were already incredibly tight and in many districts operating at a deficit, including Albany, where we have a structural deficit, to further decrease our funding by 10%, just makes it incredibly hard to think about how we would provide safe spaces. We would have to buy personal protective gear. We would have to do additional cleaning. We would probably, in order to spread out, we would have to have the space in order to provide that safety of social distancing. Reopening our school campuses will require more, not fewer resources. And then below that is the quote that you saw earlier. To put into perspective the magnitude of these cuts across the state, I copied in this slide. The Education Coalition just took the entire amount of the reduction in funding to the schools. You know, and some of it is in our base grant for LCFF. Other programs were cut too, but if you take the entire amount cut and then divide it in these 4 different ways, you can see that the equivalent cut per student is $1,230. The equivalent teacher layoffs, salary and benefits, would be nearly 60,000 teachers. The equivalent classified employee layoffs would be 125,000 layoffs. And the percentage increase in class size in order to accommodate this budget shortfall would be 19% larger classes. So these are things every school district in the state is facing. And every district is going to figure out exactly how they're going to do cut some here, cut some there in order to continue to operate. Really, it's really a question of survival. And then in my last slide of my update, I just wanted to say that without Measure B, Albany would need to cut an additional $2.2 million for the school year 2021-22. If that were the case, it would decimate our teaching staff. It would probably end choir, band, many other electives. It would likely cut the offered periods from 7 to 6 at our high school, and it would definitely increase class sizes throughout. The parcel tax measure made these statements when it was seen on the ballot. And certainly nobody expected the pandemic to be like it has been. But now I just wanted to point by ending with thanking our voters, because the district will survive, I think, but barely, because the parcel tax dollars will do all of these things that it was intended to do. And that ends my update. Thank you. Vice President Durong.
Evening, community. And I wanted to actually take my opportunity to apologize to those of you in the community who wrote so many letters. We got an avalanche of letters from the community. And unfortunately, I didn't have the time to respond to each of you individually. I really appreciated you reaching out to us. It's important that we hear your voices. And I did, on the other hand, want to respond to each and every one of you to let you know that I heard you, but time ran out this afternoon. So just to let you know, though, that up till 5:30, I read all the letters. So I just want to apologize to those of you who I wasn't able to give a response to.
Thank you. I have to also concur on that. I've been doing a tremendous amount of reading, but it overwhelmed me, and I haven't responded to all of you. Let's move on to a report from Trustee Clark. Would you like to speak?
Yeah, I'd also like to thank the community for sending all the emails they did. I personally received over 100 emails. And if you look at the agenda for item 12.1, there's 177 pages of emails that came in. So I also want to second what Clementina was saying. I want to thank everybody for sending them. I read them all, and there was a couple of them that really touched my heart. And when we get to item 12.1, I will go into those particular emails in more depth. But once again, I want to thank you, everybody out there, for reaching out and sharing your concerns with us.
Thank you very much, Trustee Clark. Let's move to Trustee Doss.
Yeah, so also, like everyone else, I received emails. I responded to, I read all the ones that I received all the way up until 5:30 when it was time for us to go into the closed session. So I appreciate everything that everybody said. I think actually one parent provided their phone number and said that they wanted to hear from us. So I called her. I think that we were elected by the community, so it's our duty to take the time to hear what they have to say. We have tremendous responsibility here. So I thought it was important to read what everybody said and to give them the opportunity to voice their opinions. And I want everybody to know that I value everything that you said. And I see some people sent in some emails after the meeting started. I promise to read those as soon as it's over and respond accordingly. So thank you to everybody who took the time to reach out to us.
Trustee Hinckley.
I just have two things. One is that even though we know the budget situation is going to be, as Kim described it, very, very bleak, the state legislature is currently working right this minute at negotiating what that budget is going to look like in its final form. And so I do think it's important that people continue to call their state legislators and advocate for a different kind of budget. There are other opportunities for the state to pursue revenues. You know, none of us want to be fighting over a shrinking pie, but I think having voices of families and students reminding our legislators that we desperately need state money for education and that we hope the governor can do better and that the legislature needs to get to work making that budget look better than it does now. We may feel a little bit impotent at the federal level in terms of advocating for the federal money that we know we actually need. But I think any amount of phone calls and letter writing and emails is still very, very important. We need better sources of revenue in California to help us avoid these kinds of catastrophic funding cuts every time we hit a recession. So I encourage people to do that. And I'm happy to help share around lists of legislators and what educational advocates are asking the state to do. And secondly, I'll echo what people said about a lot of emails. And I also want to apologize on all of our behalfs that all of these incredibly important discussions have to happen over Zoom. Of all of the awkward Zoom interactions that I've been having over the last 70 days, this is by far the least desirable circumstance in which to be discussing such difficult situations. And I told someone I felt like I should find a photo of the last time there were 100 people at a board meeting and stick it in front of my screen so that I would be seeing it as we had this discussion. And so I think all of us have that mental image. So as others have said, please feel heard and know that all of us are unhappy that this is the situation we're in technologically and financially. So keep that in mind as we move forward.
Thank you so much, Trustee Hinckley. To be specific, our senator is Nancy Skinner, and our assembly member is Buffy Wicks. And if we can work on getting some contact information up for them, and also advocates may ask that we not just contact our own senator and assembly member, but we contact other people on the education committee that would be influential in the final negotiations on the budget. So there might be a few other names up there too. So thank you for reminding us that advocacy is really important in the next week or two. And with that, I'd like to move to our student board member reports.
All right. Hello, all of you. I, for my portion of the student board report, wanted to speak a little bit on the class of 2020, my class, and I know that the focus of our meeting is going to be on something quite different, but I wanted to shed some light a little bit for right now on that. So what happened was I was thinking of picking up my sign today because all of the seniors are getting these little I am a graduate signs because obviously we're not able to have an in-person graduation. And I wanted to say thank you to the senior class for the 13 years of memories that I have made with these people. And I think that there's a lot of people in the senior class who are really disappointed about our year and how that's also, it's really unfortunate that a lot of us aren't going to really be able to celebrate it with each other. And a lot of us aren't going to see each other for a while, and we're not necessarily going to be able to say goodbye. And so I think I'm not trying to downplay the fact that that's really disappointing and that I'm upset about it as well. And instead, I just want to say thank you to the seniors for the memories that I've been able to make And also thank you to everybody in the district who's been there with us throughout those 13 years. And there's countless people who have made the environment that we've been able to grow possible, including teachers and staff and all the way and librarians and para-educators and admin and board members and district office staff and janitors and food staff and I'm definitely and case managers. I'm definitely forgetting many different groups, but there's been so many people who have been there and creating that environment for us. And so I wanted to say thank you to the seniors and thank you to everybody else who was able to make those 13 years all that they were. And I know this meeting is really difficult, and I think that none of us necessarily want to be making some of the decisions. And I certainly, even though I don't have a numerical vote, don't want to be having to vote on some of these proposals and resolutions. But before that happens, I want to say thank you to everybody who was able to be a part of those 13 years, because it's been a crazy ride.
Echoing Michaela, I know we have a very heavy meeting ahead of us. But since we're all remote, I wanted to share some photos of what's happening at the high school. Let's see if I can share my screen. So this is the signs that the PTSA has put together. Let's see. So you can see class of 2020 for all the seniors. And then these are the signs that some students in the community have made for teachers, which the PTSA put up today just to appreciate our teachers. So that is all for the report tonight.
Thank you both for your reports. I do look forward to celebrating the graduation of the class of 2020 digitally and in the small celebrations we can have by like the posting of those yard signs and everything else that is possible. So congratulations, Michaela. Yeah. Moving on to our agenda item 11, persons to address the board on matters not on the agenda. We did receive one public comment on that, which I will read. Dear Dr. Wells and trustees of the Albany Board of Education, the governor's executive order regarding adherence to the Brown Act during shelter in place specifically states that boards must make reasonable efforts to adhere as closely as possible to the provisions of the Bagley-Keene Act and Brown Act. The board's current policy of allowing public comment only by email prior to the meeting denies the community the right to react in real time to the statements made during meetings and denies members of the community impacted by the board's decisions the opportunity to be seen and heard when they explain the impact of the board's decisions on their lives. It is possible and reasonable for the board to allow live comment via Zoom, therefore it should be done. Now the board is discussing the future of the Children's Center, an institution that currently impacts the lives of over 500 families in Albany. The board must be willing to look these families in the face. Further, it is clear to us from discussing the issues with dozens of people over the past few days that much discussion on this topic has happened behind closed doors. That is referenced in the board packet. If the superintendent hopes to satisfy the Brown Act by sharing this information publicly in Tuesday's meeting, the community will not have had the opportunity to react to it by advanced email. We demand that the board allow live public video comments and questions via Zoom from members of the Albany community impacted by the proposed layoffs at all future meetings. Yours truly, concerned individuals, Miriam Walden, Talili Brito, and Karen DeHart. So the board, as you probably know, cannot respond to matters that are not on the agenda. However, staff is allowed to address issues of fact, I believe. Dr. Wells, do you have a comment?
Yes, President Tutain, I agree in spirit with the statement as it relates to the transparency and being able to interact as we knew it pre-COVID. But the reality is very different, ranging from capacity issues to being aligned with the governor executive orders. What we're doing tonight meets the requirement of the governor executive orders, but to me, it's not, and to the rest of the board, it's not fully satisfactory. We prefer to have the live interaction or something like a Zoom, and we haven't done that yet, and we hope to be able to do that very soon. And so in spirit, I agree with that statement and which we can do better, and we must do better in the future, and we're working on that piece there.
Can I make a comment? Since I think we were also allowed to make directions to staff based on some of these comments. So the city council allows for live call-in public comment. It's not video, but this Zoom function does allow for that. They publish a number, you call in, you're muted or put in a holding room until it's your turn, and then you're unmuted for 3 minutes. I would like us to do that in future meetings. I understand it puts an additional workload on someone to host and manage that, but I think I feel really strongly that we need to start doing that now that we're actually engaging with more difficult decisions.
So that has been heard, and I know that we have had preliminary meetings already on how to make that happen. So I know these changes are in process. Yeah. And that brings us to our agenda item 12, review and action. Our first item, 12-1, resolution number 2019-20-27, reduction of classified services. I hand this over to the superintendent.
Yeah, I had a question real quick, Kim.
Oh, I'm sorry, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm looking at the agenda and it says the presentation on staff report. The presentation on staff reductions. It says revised, and I was hoping they could tell us what the revisions were because I couldn't see them.
As I recall, there was updated, I think there was some updated numbers on some slides that were highlighted and posted to signify the difference online. But I would have to get back to you on the specifics, but there were some updates. I think they were minor. And so I'll try to get back to you before the end of the board meeting with the specifics.
Well, it's important if something is saying revised that we know what the revisions are.
You're muted, Dr. Wells.
Oh, okay. I was just trying to get from staff, what was it specifically so I can share with the public the revised piece, because as we discussed earlier, we were going to have the revised section highlighted on and posted on our website. So I'm trying to figure out where we are with that, because I agree with Jacob. It should be noted. But I do remember it was an adjustment with the number. Trying to get that to you. So what I would like to do is commit to the board and the community before the meeting's over, what it is specifically that was revised.
So perhaps as we go through the presentation, if the presenter could point out any revisions, that might be helpful.
That would be best. Thank you for that, President Tutain.
Okay, so Dr. Wells, I turn it over to you again for this presentation.
Typically, I would say thank you for turning it over to me, but this is not one anyone would look forward to. I'm just going to share with you in my 30 years as an public educator, I can only think of moments when I was a high school principal, when a few of my students met an early tragedy, and having to attend their funeral was the only worst experience I've had in education. To bring these recommendations forward is very difficult. And you often feel conflicted doing it. It just doesn't feel good. COVID-19 impact has created great devastation in our country and in our state, our local region, and even here in Alameda County and bringing it home to Albany. These are the impacts of COVID-19. And absent of federal relief soon, this is going to be devastating to all communities throughout the country. And Albany is not unique to these issues. I think I was reading this morning that there were thousands of folks protesting in Oakland, unions and people getting together because of city council was getting ready to make over $100 million of staff reduction. Just unprecedented times that we're dealing with. We're talking about the lives that have lost through COVID-19, the folks who are still sick and suffering, and now this financial devastation. Just is a horrible time, like no other time in our recent history. And with that, it's very, very difficult. And so you begin to grapple with, in the midst of this budget reduction, how do you keep the focus on students and not have the classroom impacted? And I think that's a bit delusional to think that you're making these kind of cuts and the classrooms are not impacted. So the next issue becomes, how do you make the reductions with minimum impact? And you can get into a long debate of this and that and cut this person versus that person, but I would want to not cut any person during these difficult times, and then now this. And so tonight you're going to hear about reductions, 60-day notice, and what can happen within a 60-day notice. And we're hoping we're getting federal relief, because we can fight over what is at the state and say, give me more at the expense of others getting less. But unless the government comes together and be governed by the people, for the people, we are in deeper troubled times. The good news is that folks in Washington, and I'm hoping they're working it out, because all the states and governors have rallied together and made demands on support and the form of a bailout. And we're hoping that becomes to fruition. But we can't make decisions based on just hope. We have to make them based on reality. Reality is that we have folks in our neighboring districts who would not be able to meet their July payroll because they didn't have enough reserves and must borrow from the county to avoid IOU slips and things of that sort. And we don't know if the county is going to have enough money to bail out all the folks here in the districts here in the county. And so that's how dire the current budget is across the country, the state, our region, and here in Albany Unified School District. And we're hoping for relief and relief soon from the feds. To give you more of an overview of what's happening with our budget, I'm going to turn it over to our CBO, Jackie Kim. Are you still there? Oh, great. So I wanted to turn this over to Jackie Kim, but before doing so, here's a slide that's up that I wanted to kind of give as an illustration that in the midst of this, we're trying our best to make sure our students are center focused in this work, surrounded by 3+2 circles. And I will count the 2 circles, and I should tell you in a moment the additional 2 circles. One that's surrounded by their teachers, who embrace them, love them, educate them, and doing the best so that they can have bright futures. They're surrounded by the classified staff that's needed to support our teachers and our students, and so that our kids can have the optimal the ultimate ideal-like experience. And then with our administration as well. But there's two other circles that you don't see here that's critical and help to surround and complete a wonderful circle. And that is our parents. And the other is our community. And it takes this complete circle of folks working together as a team to do what's best for our kids. And in the midst of this devastation, we're committed to doing that. And so this is the illustration I wanted folks to see. And next slide.
Thank you, Dr. Wells. So we are going to go over briefly where we are financially. As a former Governor Jerry Brown always warned us for recession was coming, but even he could not foresee this pandemic. So this COVID-19 pandemic has shut down the economies across the world. And this GDP shows where we are in financially. 2008 and 9, it was negative 8.4 GDP, but where we are in 2020-21, we are negative 4.8. And it is projected to be 42% negative in next year, 21-22. So this estimated declines are significantly exceeding the Great Recession in 2008 and 9. So as you can see the chart here. So here is the California revenue. The May revision assumed that the state will suffer from 41.2 billion loss in revenues over 2 years. 9.1 billion in 1920, 32.2 billion in 2021. And these revenue losses are compounded. So it brings total of shortfall of 54 billion. That is what is estimated as of May revision. And now we are gonna go look at our district fund, school district fund. So here is our LCF funding. Oops, sorry. So this May revision suspend 2.31 COLA and also include additional reductions, totaling 10% cuts. So what that means is, I'm gonna share this short chart that I draw, if you can, let's see. So here is where we are, 1920, and in 2021, we were going to get 2.31% COLA. However, we are getting 10% reduction from the top ceiling. So it's end up to be about 7.92% less from last year. So it is about 8%, we will say. And now I'm gonna share one more time. Let's see.
Excuse me, Jackie, for interrupting. Is this drawing the revision that was referenced?
No, this is not. So this is something that I just thought about it to make it easier for public. So I just drew one briefly before the meeting.
Thank you.
Then I will share my other screen here. Okay, so we are going back. And also this lowers supplemental and concentration grant funding by 10%. So as you can see, this is $700 to about $954 per ADA. But then there is another reduction for the supplementary and concentration grant. So this is only for the base grant. Okay. And the next slide show where we are gonna be in for next 3 years. So next 3 years, meaning 21, 22, 22, 23, we are going to get funded same as 2021. So as you can see, this is all the way same number, meaning there's gonna be the same funding all the way next 3 years. Okay. So what does this mean for Albany? So due to 10% reduction in LCFF, we have net revenue reduction of 3.2 million. And special ed governor promised his commitment, so we are getting about 300,000 more. However, I just wanted to make a point here is that the general fund has been contributing the special ed programs about 63% of the total expenditures, meaning last year, 18-19, the special ed total expenditure was 6.7 million. So then general fund contributed about 4.3 million. So with this additional 300,000, now general fund need to contribute 4 million instead of 4.3 million. So those are the differences in how you can understand these revenue structures. Okay. So the subtotal revenue will be about 2.9 million. So we are going to get about 2.9 million less. But then governor also proposed some relief, right, for cost savings for STIRS and PERS by reducing the rate down about 2%. So that is about $500,000 of savings. So the net reduction is total of 2.3 million. And this is the number that we'll have to remember to address in 2021. Okay. And another one that the rate revision include was the cash deferrals. So cash deferrals were used during the Great Recession in 2008 and 9 to improve the state's cash position. So the latest statewide data shows that the average school district's reserves are a little above 17%. So the state believes that the school district can handle this deferrals at this time. So that means when the money is promised to the district, meaning we are supposed to get the June apportionment from the state is not able to give us the money until July. So this is what it shows, 1.87 billion. The bigger problem I see here is it's coming April to June 2021. There's going to be some delays for about 2 or 3 months. And May revision does not specify when we are going to get these deferrals. We don't know if we are going to get those money in July, August, or September. So while this avoids additional cuts in the state revenue to schools, it pushes the financial burden to the districts. Okay, so what do we have now, the load ahead? So while this is an unusual year, but then this, and also we are expecting the August revision. Until then, this is the best budget information we have at this time. So legislator must approve this budget by June 15th, and the governor must act on the state budget by June 30th. That means also district must approve the responsible budget by June 30th, and which we have a board meeting on June 22nd, and district must address the shortfall of 2.3 million. So now we are going to look at some numbers where we are. So here is the scenario that we have. As you can see, the second column, the budget updated with COVID-19 with the revenue loss of 740. So this was before the May revision. With the May revision, we are now on scenario 1. So as you can see, negative 7.92 COLA in 2021, and the same level of funding for the next 2 years. If we take no actions, we are not be able to make our financial obligations, meaning we are not be able to pay and meet our payrolls. So scenario 2 is what we are proposing this evening. 2.3 million reductions in 2021. This is exactly the same amount that we are getting less from the state in 2021. Then we are going to meet about 3.68%. And there are another reductions we can make. This is another reductions, another scenario to meet 3% for next 2 years. Okay, and I just want you to remember that this budget numbers does not include any COVID-19 related expenditures, meaning, for example, campus sanitization. So we are adding a lot more the hand wash stations. And also if we open a school normal day, like normally in a few months, then we will have to provide a mask for our students and staff, and we also have to provide other protective equipment. Right? And another expenditures for the compliance issues with the state and county health department. For example, physical distancing. For example, we don't know how the cafeteria will look like, right? Meaning we will maybe have to have more hours to serve the students, or maybe we will have to put some dividers for our students. We just don't know how much it's gonna cost more for us. So those numbers are not included at this time. And also there's online remote learning expenditures. Maybe we will have to provide more of the professional development, and then also other related technology related items, and also unforeseen costs that we are not sure at this point that what we will have to spend and what we'll have to focus on. Okay. The next slide, Dr. Wares will go over some of the reductions.
Thank you, CBO. Jackie Kim. We have proposed, as a proposal tonight, the reduction of 3 administrators and 4 additional district office staff. The first administrator is the assistant principal at Ocean View location. This position was created this year in 2019, 2020 to support the transition during the Ocean View relocation. The relocation is complete and Ocean View locations are in close proximity, meaning that we have an Ocean View East located at the high school, and within a few blocks we have the Ocean View Annex. At the Ocean View Annex is where we house our primary students, first and second, and at the Ocean View East we house and educate our 3rd and 4th and 5th graders. We will provide support for Ocean View site will be provided by the Ocean View principal, the Albany High School administrative team for the Ocean View East, and the high school staff and Ocean View office staff. And so the cuts there would equal to or come to the amount of $172,000 to make that cut. The second administrative cut we're making is a Director 3. This cut is recommendation originated from our Budget Advisory Committee when they were looking at scenarios. And we have a member with us of that team in 2019 who can speak to that further. That is Director Alexia Ritchie.
Thank you, Superintendent Wells. As a member of this current rendition of the Budget Advisory Committee, I was on the committee in 2018 and 19 and actually proposed the combining of these 2 positions as a cost-saving measure at the district office level. It was certainly under the auspices of making sure we had a skilled individual in there who could take on both roles. And with that, Superintendent Wells will tell you the direction we're going in terms of this recommendation.
As Director mentioned, that this will now combine service and special education position. One may ask, didn't we try that before? And it was not as effective. And to that, I would say that we decided to do something that was more research-based, in the sense that we wanted to get a very highly skilled, capable, experienced administrator in the field of special ed with a certain level of expertise that would bring in the kind of efficient programs that are associated with a multi-tiered system of approach, so that we can be a bit more responsive to our community, parents, and student needs, while making sure we can triage where we need to and engage in proactive preventative measure. So in addition to that, the person we are excited about and is capable of doing this great work and both general ed and special ed, has a history of success in Albany Unified School District that spans over 4 decades. And we're happy to have that person be with us tonight, and that person is our very own Director, Alexia Ritchie.
Thank you, Superintendent Wells. I really do honor the opportunity to serve in this capacity. As a former special education teacher for a decade in Albany, at Albany High School, Albany Middle School, and at the elementary schools, I look forward to taking this on. It's never an ideal situation, but ideally you can bring someone on board who can work with the synergy of this team and who can prioritize student needs before they become legacy deficits. And so I'm excited to look system-wide at a special education program, a special education staff that is geared towards meeting the needs of all of our students individually and collectively. So again, thank you, Superintendent Wells, for your vote of confidence.
So we're excited about the possibilities and how we address that one of our most vulnerable populations, and more to come throughout the year regarding where we are and where we're going in the area of special ed. The next, the third administrator that we're recommending tonight for reduction in position is the Children's Center Director. Currently costs of $200,000. And the responsibilities of the ACC area includes about 72 students in preschool and about 48 students moving forward for 2020-2021 school year. So in our district, administrators generally cover and responsible for 500 to 1,200 kids during the day. ACC is kind of unique because it was responsible this year for about 72 kids during the day, but it also responsible in part for our after-school program with our partner organization, the YMCA. And so we have about, I think, up to around 500 kids in our after-school program. And so I wanted to share that some of those responsibilities. The before and after school program is at each one of our 3 elementary schools and can benefit from additional supervision staffing to bring them to an ideal level. Currently, the preschool program is not a self-sufficient program. It's a program that operates and supplemented by the after-school program revenues. And that presents some challenges for our district because in order to meet the ideal staffing level for the after-school program, programs have to be independently self-sufficient if we were to continue there. And this is my conjecture. Currently, both Community Partner and ACC have a great partnership in running part of the after-school programs. The YMCA has a history over 100 plus years, and ACC, I believe, about 70. So they both are rich in tradition and have a lot of respect in our communities for just being a humanitarian-like spirit, working with our preschool and after-school programs. So, but part of our challenge moving forward with the preschools is that currently we were having challenges during the pre-COVID funding, as I mentioned, and now with a 10% reduction moving forward to our programs, both ACC preschool and our after-school program leaves us with greater financial challenges. Further, with the possible reduction of the number of students we can accept. For example, you have a classroom that is servicing 24, 25 students, and moving forward may only be able to serve 8 to 10 to 12 kids because of the social / physical distancing that is required, further reducing the revenues and potentially costing the district an additional hundreds of thousands of dollars that will have an impact on those programs that we are required to run. And we're required to run the TK through 12. And everyone knows about how important it is to have an early start, and preschool does that. But our focus and our requirement is TK12, and preschool we think is a very necessary component. And this recommendation is becoming tough because of that. One, it's not self-sufficient. Two, it is going to take a major hit on the general fund, which would be noted later in the presentation. And so it was important to share that with the community. As we move to the next slide, ACC budget challenges. As I noted earlier, here's how it looks. And this was the slide that was added because I thought it was important. One of the slides that was added, I thought it was important that that the board and the community get to see what we're talking when we're talking about a reduction. For example, 10% annual state reduction to ACC funds equal 110,000 reduction. Monthly parent fees revenues loss is 160,000 monthly. And since school has been shut down since March 16th, this is the loss we've been having monthly. In addition to that, if you look at item number 3, monthly payroll expenses with no money being generated is over $250,000. And so you're talking about in 4 months, over $1 million. It's just not affordable at this particular time. Item number 4, space accommodation for social distancing, as I mentioned earlier, where you would be able to accept 24 students in a class, you may be down to as few as 8 or 6, but maybe up to as many as 12. The point is that is a significant reduction in revenue, further impacting the general fund. And you can see the impact is not minor, but it's significant. So why are we making staff reductions now? And we thought that was a good question. The governor in its edict gave us cover when the schools closed and we were impacted by COVID-19, for us to continue to pay our employees even if they're at home in the shelter-in-place order. And his rationale in part was, it's already budgeted and we don't want families to be further impacted. However, moving forward, because our budget for the school year ends June 30th, we have to notify folks that we can't, when there's a significant reduction with school closure, who creates this significant reduction in need for services, we can't, in the new year, starting July 1, continue to pay staff that is associated with the reduction or no work necessary at that particular time. After consulting with a number of folks, including our attorneys, that borderlines and is considered a gift of public fund unless we get another order to be allowed to do that. And so that is why it's important that we do it now, because in order to stop those kind of expenditures for services that we're not utilizing or that have been significantly reduced, we must and required by law to give a 60-day notice. And so that's why we are doing this now, because each month you wait, you get an idea of what kind of impact it has on the school budget, for creating a further devastation. And so we are all hoping that we have a different outcome in the next month or two with some federal relief. And that is our hope, but we can't operate, as I mentioned earlier, on our hope. We are required to operate on what we have right now. And so for further reductions and the positions that would be identified as reductions to district office would be our Chief Human Resource person, Marina Gonzalez.
Thank you. So before I get into these next slides, I do want to make a statement about the positions that are being recommended for reduction. I want to point out that these positions that we've identified are, well, they're as far from the classroom as possible. And so the effort here is to preserve the learning experience for our students. And what you'll also notice when we go through the slides is that there is a statement almost on every one that says the duties will be absorbed by other staff. And that means that the impact will be felt by all. Of course, in the positions that are where there are currently staff, they will be feeling it immediately, and the staff who will absorb the duties will also be impacted. And again, this is in an effort to keep students first and to make these cuts as far from the classroom as possible. So the list that you see here, the reduction of district office staff, there are 4 positions, starting with the help desk technician. The technology department currently has 4 staff that support district-wide with technology issues, tickets, and so on. This position was recently vacated, and so we would not fill it. And as I mentioned, the duties would be absorbed by the remaining staff. The next one is the maintenance and facilities coordinator. This is a clerical position that supports the maintenance and facilities department. In the absence of this position, the duties would be absorbed by other staff. There are 2 secretary positions at the district office that we have been unable to fill this year, but they are still on the books. And so a reduction of these positions would mean that we would not be filling them going forward. Next are positions that are recommended for reduction at school sites, starting with the college and career coordinator at Albany High. This position supports advanced placement testing, coordinates college visits and job shadow day. And so without this position, the duties there would be absorbed by other personnel. 2 secretary positions, one at Albany Middle and one at Albany High. So currently the staffing at Albany Middle School is, in the main office, they have a secretary 3, a secretary 1, and a clerk 2, also known as the attendance clerk. So by reducing the secretary 1 position, the office would still be staffed with a secretary 3 and a clerk 2. At the high school, their clerical support team currently consists of a secretary 3, a secretary 2, a counseling secretary, a clerk 2, again, also known as an attendance clerk, and an account clerk 1. Reduction of the secretary 2 position would leave a team of 4 clerical support staff members. Here, we list a para-educator, English language development. Currently, we just have 1 position in the district that supports the Albany Middle School English language development program. So a reduction of this position would result in it would be consistent with current staffing levels for ELD programs district-wide. The athletic field maintenance position is a position that maintains Cougar Field. And so the elimination of this position would mean that the duties would have to be absorbed by other custodial staff. And in the area of special ed, Director Ritchie will speak to these positions.
Thank you. The reduction of special education staff is certainly a very difficult decision to make. And so I'll emphasize throughout this presentation that we have done our due diligence to create a phasing in and a restoration of these positions. And I am very proud to say that the paraeducators in our district who are working extremely hard right now with the capacity that they have with their technology to support our students going forward. And I am very proud to have advocated for the paraprofessionals to be included in our phase 1 restoration. Right now, what we're looking at is a reduction of special education staff. Our current behavior specialist, this was a possible reduction from the Budget Advisory Committee, a possible action in April of 2019. This position supports our teachers as the teachers are supporting their students who have behavior needs beyond the capacity of the classroom teacher. So the recommendation to reduce the behavior specialist would maintain the behavior analyst, who again works very closely with the teachers and the sites to support student behavior. Returning the behavior specialist is included in our phase 2 restoration plan. We have 2 vacated positions right now for paraeducators, a behavior paraeducator who works specifically with students. That one was recently vacated and we would not be filling that position, along with a paraeducator 2 specializing in specific students. That one is currently vacant. We would not be filling that position. There are 2 classifications of paraeducators in our district. We have the mild to moderate paraeducators. They work primarily with the students in our resource program. They support those teachers and those students, again, in resource programs district-wide. The recommendation is to reduce the number by 11, therefore retaining 14 paraeducators to support the resource specialist program. The reductions are consistent with the Budget Advisory Committee's possible actions, although they're certainly not recommended by most folks. And again, to advocate for these positions to be restored is in the phase 1, and you'll be seeing that later on in the presentation. We also have moderate to severe paraeducators. The recommendation is to reduce that by 16. We would then be able to retain 11 paraeducators to support the special day class program. These reductions are consistent, again, with possible actions from the Budget Advisory Committee. But again, these positions are included in the phase 1 restoration.
Here we wanted both the board and the viewing audience to see the specifics in terms of cost and total reductions, almost like a one-sheeter accounting sheet. And so you can take a moment to look at this. For example, the assistant principal at Ocean View, the salary and total costs and benefits was $172. Director 3, special education, $236,000, and so on and so forth. And so you can take a moment to look at that. And that comes to a total of $2.352 million, for a total of 34.7 staff. We can go to the next slide. Restoration priorities that Director Ritchie emphasized and illuminated. Phase 1, you see the paraeducator, mild, moderate phase. Within the phase 1, you also see the paraeducator, moderate to severe. And then phase 2, behavior specialist. Phase 3, clerical support. And if there's a phase 4, we can consider bringing an administrator back or 2. Next slide.
This is it.
That is, this concludes our report for the staff reductions parallel with the reduced funding to our district. We can, President Tutang, take questions here or wait till we do the part 2 of staff reduction resolution? Oh, I think the resolution come next after the questions, if any.
Can we do questions first, President Trutan, if that's okay? Because I wouldn't want to get confused with the questions that are specifically for this presentation versus the following one. But I'll lean on the other board members to tell them their thoughts.
They're 2 separate items.
Yeah, our normal procedure is that after a presentation, we first take all board questions and then we go to public comment. And so this item is now open for any questions or comments from the board. When we've exhausted those, then we'll go to public comment. After public comment, we'll go back to the board for any further questions before we start entertaining the resolution.
I have a couple questions, Kim.
Okay, I'll go after you, Jacob.
I'm sorry, Brian, you were first. Go ahead, man.
No, go ahead. I'm still like writing some notes, so go ahead.
Okay, whoever's conducting the meeting, if they can go back to slide number 22, please. So yeah, I just want to see if my math is correct here. When I look at the special education section and I add it up, it comes to 1,208,000. So if my math is correct, more than half of these cuts are coming from the special ed department. That's a question.
Just to remind the board that back in March, we brought some reductions in positions with the teachers' positions. And we signaled at that time that we would be bringing classified positions, but we didn't signal and hadn't planned on bringing administrative positions. And as we began to grapple with how best to do this, and there's no perfect way, I don't think, we wanted to have a more balanced approach. And so we included administrators and district office staff. In addition to that, so all you have before you today is administrators and district office staff, but you don't have the staff reductions that you had back in March for the teachers reduction. Coupled with that, there would be some possible freezing of positions if there's a need to move the teaching staff around to avoid layoffs. But the majority of the folks on this resolution are classified staff. You're correct.
No, my question was special ed. Is special ed at 1.2 million, which would be more than half of all of that total of 2.352?
Actually, can I weigh in on that a little bit? I think that the critical piece of that is the Director 3 that's listed. Now, if you think about the historical process for that, we had a combination director of special education and student services. And just about a month ago, the board approved hiring an additional director who was brought on and called the Director of Student Services. So now the original person who had the joint position has left, and the person that we brought on last month has taken the, will assume the joint position. And so if this Director 3 would have been classified as actually we lost the Director of Student Services and we have hired somebody back into the special ed, then these cuts overall wouldn't show up as being more than half in the special ed arena. So I just want to give context to what we actually did. A person came, before they left, we split their position, then they left, and we've combined the position back, and we have a person in it now. So you know, when you, I was just providing some context for what that has actually been.
Okay, I'll try
think
my
that,
question for a third time.
yeah, because that didn't answer that didn't answer Board Member Clark's question either, because his math that he's referring to is referring to the bottom half of this page, and it doesn't include the Director 3 position, the $1 million that Board Member Clark is speaking of, just to provide clarification.
Thank you, Brian. I'll get real specific. If you go to special education on the bottom, the behavior specialist is 109,000. Then you go to the next section is 51,000. Next section is 52,000. Next section is 468,000. Next section is 528,000. So my math is 1.208 million. So I would like an answer to my question. It's a pretty forward question.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I thought you were, I thought the administrators were involved, but they're not. Thank you for the clarification.
Well, can I get an answer from staff?
Is the question, is your math correct? Yes.
All right, I had something else, but I'll let some of the other board members go.
I had a couple of questions, but I want to break mine up so that other people can ask questions and everybody doesn't just have to hear my voice for the next 20 minutes. But I wanted to ask about with these reductions, how does that affect the money that we receive from the state and the county? For example, there's contracts in place that was mentioned in the previous board meeting. Whereas if we don't maintain those contracts, we can never reapply for them. That money is gone. I think it was mentioned a while back. So I'm wondering how these cuts play a part in those contracts and that funding.
I think the operative word is if, because if you're referring to ACC, I think the question is, can ACC, more specifically preschool, continue absent of a director of the program? And the short answer to that would be yes. Can someone run around a preschool program of 78 kids, now reduced to 48, and maybe even reduced further? We have staff with skills and capability who can absorb that program if you're referring to ACC. And the position of director, I think that question is related to that. And the contracts that we get for preschool. The same thing applies to the after school programs as well.
And so one is not connected with the other? Or do both have to be in place in order for that to?
Those are two separate programs under the umbrella of ACC program.
Okay, so it's two separate.
Let me explain further.
Okay.
As I mentioned earlier, the preschool program is not a self-sufficient program. It's under the same Fund 12, but it's a separate program. And it doesn't generate enough money through the grants and the revenues to pay its salary. So it supplements the revenues, the surplus revenues that the before school and after school get to continue with the preschool program. And so I think the short answer to your question is, can we continue and maintain the grant? And the short answer is yes.
Okay, and then my second question, and like I say, I'll come back for my other questions, is how does the help desk technician, can you talk a little bit more about that position and their duties and roles and how it relates to students and staff and kind of what their role is and what the backup plan is? My question is, kind of what their role is and how it relates, because we are in a distance learning model. And so it seems like a really key position right now. So I'm wondering kind of what their role is and what the backup plan is if we do choose to reduce this position.
That's a really good, fair question. One that our staff spent a lot of time with, and we dealt with the capacity issue. Do we have, most importantly, with the real viable option of going to extended learning, the capacity to service our devices, replace our devices at a rapid pace so that there's no loss of learning? And to speak further on this, and this is our Assistant Superintendent Willhouse, Marie Williams, who can talk to you a little further about your question. But I really appreciate the question because it's directly related to teaching and learning as we know it now and as we expect it to be in the immediate future.
Great, thank you. So there are currently, well, prior to the recent resignation, there were 2 help desk technicians. At one point in our district's history, we had 1.5 help desk technicians. Their role during remote learning has been to respond primarily to staff and also some student help desk tickets, so issues with connectivity, issues with being able to access programs. During sort of a normal school year cycle, the setup is that our 2 technicians take half of the schools each and then respond as tickets come in about a host of issues. So some of those issues have to do with hardware, some of them have to do with software. Additionally, during the summertime, their primary responsibilities would include our Chromebook refresh project for students, and then also refreshing laptops for our teachers. I met today with our technology team. We've been meeting weekly to check in about the status of the help desk tickets at this point, both because I think folks are sort of settling into remote learning and also because we have limited access to be able to touch machines that belong to staff who are sheltering in place. There's a manageable number of help desk tickets currently, and our 1 help desk technician that we currently have is actually preparing to come on site and to begin some of the summer projects a little earlier because that individual can now access the school sites where before, right, students would be in classrooms and labs. So we are able to get a little head start on some of the annual refresh work that is due. And then in terms of some of our larger summer projects, we have made a commitment to working together to seeing those projects through as a team. And then I would say that their role has sort of been supporting, making sure that devices are working. And then in terms of sort of the professional learning piece around helping staff to be able to maximize the use of the educational technology tools, that's been taken on by certificated staff. So that's not a role that this position has taken on or would take on. Primarily, this person's role has been to provide support to the sort of ongoing working of machines. And we do have at least 1 other help desk technician employed and 2 other staff that can continue that work.
Thank you for that. Quick follow-up to that. Do we have numbers as to like how many tickets we receive for help from the help desk?
Yeah, that's a good question. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. How are you asking specifically how many we received related to COVID-19 type, like related to remote learning, or in general, how many tickets we received?
I guess it would be good to know like what the average has been, and then kind of be able to relate that to what it is now based on COVID, just to see, kind of where we are and what we're talking about.
Yes, I can definitely provide you with those numbers. So the numbers of tickets maybe over the span of a year, and then maybe sort of zeroing in on sort of COVID-19 related ticket issues. I do know that the number of tickets right now is reduced. And so that might sort of give a false impression that fewer people are having issues. And really what I think it is that, folks recognize that sort of some of the tickets won't be responded to because we can't get hands on the machines, but I will certainly follow up with that information for the board and for you all.
That'd be great. And then for President Trutain, I think that this kind of raises a different issue for me, kind of long term. I'd like if we could maybe have a presentation from that department. It doesn't have to be long, but I'm just curious as to kind of what's happening as far as that department, kind of what they're doing with. And there might be opportunities for us to be able to kind of take a deeper dive into that and making sure that students and families have what they need in order to maximize their distance learning. So if we could put that on for like a later date, that'd be good.
Thank you. I've made a note about that. So you're looking for a presentation from the IT department?
Correct.
Got it.
Are you done, Brian, or do you have more?
Yep, go ahead.
Oh, lost my Zoom mute button. So I have some questions. I also don't want to monopolize time, but I want to try to break these out into some different segments. So one, I'd like to start with the director of the Children's Center. So I feel like there are two different things happening in the presentation here. One is a set of staff that we think we can run, that we're proposing to lay off permanently, although ideally we might get some federal funding and be able to restore them, but staff that we will reduce but continue to deliver our mission. But your description of reducing the Children's Center director position suggests that this decision is actually a decision to close ACC and stop running either both programs or just the preschool. And I think we need, I guess my first question is, what exactly are you asking us to vote on here? Is it, if we were to continue to run the preschool and keep ACC open and keep running the preschool and or the after school before school program, would you still recommend that we eliminate the director position? I guess this is a question for Dr. Wells.
The proposal tonight, and I don't want to make it convoluted or complexify it. I wanted to keep it clear. The ask tonight is a proposal of a reduction of 3 administrators. The assistant principal, the director 3, and the director of Children's Center. That's what's before the board tonight. Whether or not we continue with the program or not, we're not there yet. That's contingent upon a number of factors that we don't know just yet. And we're anticipating some possible contingencies. We may not be able to come back to preschool at the levels we've been accustomed to over the years, 70, 72, 78 students. It may be as few as 36, which would raise some additional issues that we would have to make some decisions about or bring to the board. But for tonight, we're talking about the reduction of the Children's Center director. Whether we continue the programs after school, if you're asking, can we do that absent of a Children's Center director? The short answer is yes. I hope I'm answering the question because I'm not trying to connect the dots yet because there's some contingency things there. And it depends on some factors that we don't know yet.
So I guess I have a couple follow-up questions. One is, if all we're deciding is to keep ACC open without a director, I'd like a little more, or perhaps a lot more detail about how we would develop contingency plans, develop a plan for more complicated delivery of those programs without a director on staff who can actually focus on that. Or if we're asking the current director to do that work sort of on her way out. So I'd like some details about who actually has the expertise to manage these programs, including planning them for the future very challenging year if we don't have a director. And then the second question is that Anna's salary, the director's salary, is not currently paid out of the general fund. So I understand that in the current year, the current fiscal year, because we're not charging fees for the parents, the general fund is subsidizing ACC almost $500,000 for this spring. But to include the director's salary in the general fund cuts implies that we've done some analysis for what's happening in the future that we don't actually have in front of us. That $200,000, I think it is, doesn't actually save us money in the general fund right now for 2020, 2021 and going forward. It's not part of the projections that we've ever seen for the overall K-12 piece. So I'd also like clarity about how that actually works. Because if we continue to keep ACC open with its own fund, we're not saving $200,000 out of our core funding.
Let me say this. I think you raised some good issues and a wonderful opportunity for us to give an explainable about how that works, because I think the board and the community need to hear the details of that and understand how the current funds are having an impact. And I'm going to turn that piece over to our CBO, Jackie Kim.
Dr. Wells. So ACC program has two programs. One is the state preschool program. The other one is before and after school programs. And the funding model has been before and after school program has been subsidizing the preschool program, because preschool program always didn't have enough money to operate their own programs. So before and after school program, parents' fee were funding the preschool programs. So that's what the funding model is at the moment. But this 1920, because we were not able to get parent fees, now the district will have to contribute $500,000. So that's what the financial status for 1920 for ACC. So going forward, 2021, with the 10% reduction from the state, with this COVID-19 related compliance issues, meaning, let's see, we will have to do a physical social distancing, meaning now we have about 24 students in one classroom. We will have to now propose for 8 to 12 students. We will have a lot less students. Same with after school programs. We cannot generate money for these programs anymore, meaning the district's general fund will have to pay for it. And the timing about this is, well, yes, we can figure those out later on, but same thing with other programs. Currently, we don't have any revenue resources. And as you can see, the month's payroll expenditures is about 280 for ACC programs. That means when we address this later on, 280K is the funding or is the loss general fund has to cover for. So I guess this is a time sensitive, we will say only because of this COVID-19 related and 10% reduction. We just don't know how this will operate because all the circumstances. So that's where we are at financially.
So,
thanks. Can I just follow up? Sorry, Brian, but
no, go ahead.
So a couple things. One is that it still doesn't, the $200,000 for the director's salary still was not in our original projected expenditures for 2020, 2021 and future years. So eliminating that position does not save us $200,000 out of the general fund. I mean, I understand that you're expecting that we may have to pick that up, but I think what's challenging here is that even this list of bullets, there's a bigger picture, right? There are also revenues coming in for the state, not just for preschool, but also for before and after school care. And we don't yet know what that would look like for the summer or the upcoming year. I think for me, we don't yet have a full analysis that presents to the board, look, if we keep ACC running, here's what it's going to cost. And if it's going to run at a significant deficit, here's how much of the general fund would be needed to cover that. And then the board faces a choice of, do we pull money from the general fund to keep the program going during a year when it may not be fiscally self-sufficient? And I feel like we're being asked to make that decision now without enough information about it. I mean, I hear the statement that ACC could run without a director, but this level of information suggests to me that if we make a vote tonight to reduce that position, we're actually making a substantive vote about ACC. So I just want to explain a little bit why these two things are converged in my mind, and I think in many of the public who read the same, packet that we all did. Sorry, Brian.
No need to apologize. Those are great points. I wanted to ask for clarification, Jackie, so if, based on what Trustee Hinckley stated about the salary, it is paid from the revenue that's received by ACC, meaning like the fees that they receive from state, county, and the fees that are paid by parents that or the students that attend the program. And so that money is used to pay the salary. So because there's nobody attending the program and because there's no students, then that money's not coming in. So all the salaries that are, everybody, the salaries and the staff would need to be paid out of the general fund because there's no money, there's no revenue being generated. Am I correct on that?
That is correct, right?
So then if we keep the program, then if we keep the program but don't have students or have minimal students, are these the numbers based on, are these the numbers of the losses that would be there based on, is this like a future projection? Or I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, have we already kind of done the math to say, if there's only 12 students per class at ACC, this is how much money we'll be bringing in versus this is how much money we'll have to spend. To think about it like on a smaller scale, one of the pushbacks when we were talking about breakfast was that, it's gonna cost us money to run the program. And it's gonna cost us more money to run the program than we're gonna receive from people that pay for breakfast. And so obviously this is on a larger scale when we're talking about something that's, much more important, talking about people's salaries and things of that nature. So I'm just wondering, kind of, have we done the projected numbers for long-term, or is this more?
Well, so for short-term wise, well, I guess it's hard to say now short-term and long-term because of this COVID-19. But without the COVID-19, ACC was self-funded, but this year was barely making it, meaning if there's any variables, ACC was not being able to be self-funded. So with this 10% reduction, that's already about 110K loss. Now with the COVID-19, when we don't have enough families to come to after school program or preschool programs only because we don't have a facility to also handle. This really gives us net loss about let's say like August, right? We don't open the school in August. That means we have a loss of 280K for payroll expenditures. So that's just every month about 280K. It's just adding up. And I guess if we open, it's going to be half of the students, right? So it's about $3 million program, half of the students, $1.5 million, right? That's just a loss, I guess, we would have to expect.
And right now with COVID, let me call your attention to item number 2 and 3. We're currently monthly revenue loss is 160. And then you have a monthly payroll expense of 280, almost $500,000 a month. And part of our primary responsibility in the midst of all this is to stay afloat and be fiscally responsible. That is significant. And so I wanted to call your attention to that. And that is part of the issue. How do we stop from going under rapidly? COVID-19 has created these devastating issues that no other institution has to ever deal with in the last 100 years or so. And so this is not something that's common and that we want to bring to the board. This is something we're bringing to the board as it relates to the impact of COVID-19 and the financial devastating effects. And what do we have to do in order to have viable programs moving forward, K-12? If we're really gonna have student achievement and looking at the student achievement gap and closing and eliminating that, we won't be able to do that by reducing the ability from our core programs and our supplemental programs for our disenfranchised children, our most vulnerable. This has an impact. This is not an isolated piece. What we do tonight will have an impact on what we do tomorrow and can do for those kids who have very few advocates who need the greatest advocacy. This is connected to our overall picture and mission and aim and our goals 1, 2, and 3, student achievement, closing achievement gap with intentionality, and taking resources from that because of this piece, and we didn't stop the bleeding here, it will have an adverse impact on our kids. And so I wanted to point that out.
Further
Do you have
questions
more?
from the board?
May I take a turn at this? A couple of questions I have. One is a fiscal question and the other is programmatic. Specifically, could we go to slide, I believe it's number 10? The one with the scenarios, correct. This is something that I've looked for and have not seen because this was presented, I believe, at our last meeting as well. And what I see is on the fiscal year reserves on the left side, and then the budget presented on March 15th, plus the 1.3 million in cuts passing parcel tax measure B and raises of 2%. What I don't see then, and Ms. Kim, you could tell me where it would be and what the cost is for us with the inclusion now. And this was a resolution or negotiation that we approved at our last meeting, which was besides the 2% for this school year, we also have a 1.25% salary increase for next school year for ATA. And that does not include the potential or traditional, the Me Too, where that includes our other union organizations and their staffs as well. So have you costed out what that cost would look like for us for next school year, not only for the teacher increase, but also if you include the other unions in this?
Sure.
Let me take a stab at this first and then turn it over to CP Jackie Kim. And I really appreciate Vice President Tina Duran. We will not be bringing forward during this crisis Me Too's at this time. I wanted to be clear about that piece. Jackie Kim, can you pick it up from there? I wanted to make sure that was clear.
Sure. However, when I prepared this budget a few months ago or a month ago, I have prepared including those costs. So this budget updated with COVID-19 revenue loss actually does include all the cost. I have to say we had success of the IDT transfer students, so those can mitigate the cost. So that's where I see in the for the cost. So yes, this number include those additional costs. However, because of our IDT students, it mitigates that loss or that less revenues or more expenditures.
Okay, so maybe it's a question to the superintendent, which is, at what point was there a discussion about not having a Me Too clause or a Me Too negotiation setting with the other unions? Has that been understood by all the other staff in the district, that they would not be getting a raise as well?
Those are all negotiated items, and we're currently in negotiation. I was sharing in good conscience, I cannot, as a superintendent during these devastations, bring Me Too's to the board while we're under this budget crisis. And that was my point and what I meant. But the other items you raised are negotiated items, and we're currently in negotiation. So I can't talk too much about negotiations, but my commitment is, and folks are reasonable, that we don't do this during times like this.
Okay, thank you for that. And my other programmatic question has, if Director Ritchie could help me out with this. You spoke about the special ed paraeducators, and I'm wondering about, well, maybe, no, you know what? I think I have to reserve this for the next item. It's not part of this 12-1 agenda item. I believe it's in the second agenda item related to the paraeducators, the large number of paraeducators. Would you like to take the question now, Ms. Ritchie? I mean, Director Ritchie, or wait off?
No, I can certainly try now.
Okay, I appreciate that. Which is that, I mean, you were principal at the high school before and at other schools, and you know there's been historical concerns from special ed parents that they have felt for a number of years that their student needs have not been met. And the district has attempted to address those issues everywhere from having agenda items specifically for the special ed parents and staff to come and address issues that they have on a regular basis, to Superintendent Wells this year being able to negotiate and having the salaries for paraeducators increase so we could get more stability from staff, as well as getting enough paraeducators interested, since it needed to be a competitive wage. Having accomplished that, now we're looking at reducing the number of paraeducators. And I have heard that we don't need as many paraeducators to address the IEPs and the other individual learning needs of the students. But that is in contradiction to everything that our special ed parents have come to meetings time after time and expressed the contrary, that they do not feel that the students' needs are being met, that they do not get that individual attention. And so I'm wondering if you could address that in light of the budget presentations tonight and the reduction in the paraeducators.
Certainly. Thank you, Vice President Duran, for that question. You know, one of the pieces that all of the special education staff is looking at right now is writing individual distance learning plans for all of our students. And while we're not going back to, let's say, step one with all of our students and their IEPs, what we do need to take a look at with every single one of our students is, are we serving them during this remote learning experience? And with that said, one of the pieces that we can take a look at is, to your point, are we utilizing our paraprofessionals to the best ability of our remote learning platforms? And so with the distance learning plan, we might see that we have a reduction in need for paras. We might see that we have an increased need for paras. And what we need to do then is connect that to our phase one restoration, which is why we were very insistent that that would be the absolute primary first restoration of the budget considerations going forward. So if I could answer your question, we do need to take a look at distance learning scenarios and if we're using our paras to the best of our ability.
Thank you.
I had a question that I would be interested in seeing more information of what staff will be absorbing certain positions, because there's the positions on the line said, like the ACC director will be absorbed by other staff, but I think it would be helpful to see specifically who will be absorbing that and how that would work, because I don't think that's necessarily an easy role for anyone.
Are you referring to providing supervision for the preschool, more specifically?
Yes, and also there were a few other roles that discussed being absorbed by other staff.
Okay, I can speak to the, thank you for the question. I can speak to the students over at the preschool students. We have staff members here with expertise in early childhood and who can provide the kind of support that the teachers need there. It's a very important program, but it's a manageable program. And so I would assign one of the two chief level administrators who will be housed there, be it Director Ritchie or Assistant Superintendent Marie Williams. Both are very capable of providing support to the teachers there for the preschools and along with their other duties as well. And so you're talking about maybe maximum 4 classrooms or maybe a minimum of 2 preschool classrooms. And so I'm very confident that we can do this. I may be a little biased too. My background and expertise is in early childhood. I've earned a permit with preschool, worked a number of years with the YMCA. It was a director before after school programs. As we relate more specifically about our after school programs, I would want to take some of those research ideal models moving forward to enhance our current before school and after school programs with the revenues that we have to provide an ideal staffing level and programs that could be enhanced for kids. And that is, if this is really a focus about kids, that would be our mission moving forward. So I'm very confident and comfortable and wish we didn't have to do this, but we're looking at a scenario that we're currently in. And so in that scenario, I think this would be our best option moving forward.
Can you clarify, you said that one of the 2 people who might take this over would be housed at the preschool. Can you, I guess, elaborate a little bit more on how this would fit with their current duties and how they would, what you meant by that, and then how they would also be able to oversee the sort of contracts and paperwork that are involved in running the state funded part of the program?
Yeah, we have contact with the state and consultant part of the program. And we also have office staff here who currently helps and lead that kind of paperwork. That's where your in-kind services come from. We do the paperwork here at the district office and to secure the grants and things of that sort. So that will continue to occur. And we would look at tightening partnerships as well. So when, how might it look in terms of, for example, if we had our director of student services and welfare and special ed house there and be house there with their staff along with folks, very capable, experienced administrator. In the case of Director Ritchie, she's a former early childhood principal as relates to having to supervise early childhood programs, be it pre-K, be it TK and elementary, kindergarten and things of that sort, and has expertise in special ed and child welfare. And so that can be, I mean, I'm just at one of the scenarios that we would need to do in order, if we were to continue with the program, how might we house it? How might we provide services? And whether or not there's a person who is capable of doing that. Let me be really clear on that issue. Yes, we have folks here who are capable of doing that kind of work. And so to think that it can only be done by one person, and if that one person not there, the program falls apart, that's not how we do business here. And so that's how it would look. We would have, I would have Director Ritchie provide those services, of course, with additional supports, absorbing it. Do we want to work under minimum staffing conditions? Administratively, no, but we have very little choice. We really do. And we have to make choices in order to keep us afloat and make sure that we have a minimum impact on our core programs. And again, what we do on this side affects everybody on the other side, especially our most vulnerable students that we haven't talked about yet, and our mission around student achievement. And I'm gonna say this again, and those students who are not up to par and the kind of services and resources we need to provide to them at an optimal level. If we continue to tax the general fund, it's gonna have an adverse impact on our kids. And when we talked about this, we talked about kids being the center, not in just rhetoric, but in our action. And it's not about, unfortunately right now, adults, it's about what's best for our kids. And if we don't stop losing a $500,000 a month, we're gonna have even a greater devastation because of our ability, one, to not make the decision to stop the bleeding around those funds. And then we will be responsible for even greater devastation. So these are tough decisions. And I know folks are just trying to get an understanding or even questioning about, can somebody else really run that program? Let me give you a short response to that. Yes. Do we have the capability and expertise at district office to do that? Absolutely. Who would do all that paperwork? We do most of it now. That's why we have in-kind services. So that won't miss a beat.
Thank you. That's helpful. I want to ask one more clarifying question, and then I'll give up my time until after public comment. But when you refer to, we can't afford to keep bleeding however many hundreds of thousands of dollars a month, well, clearly not, and clearly we don't have to. The reason we're doing it now is because we did know reductions, right? And our next item is to discuss how to not end up in the same situation where we're paying people who aren't able to work when we don't have the matching revenue coming in. So I think I just want to be clear that people don't get confused that those two things are tied to one another. Eliminating the director of ACC is not what's tied to preventing in the next fiscal year the kind of net loss that we've had in the current year. And that's where I think having a clearer picture of what the net cost would actually be to the general fund if we were to keep ACC running in some form is a key piece of information that we don't have yet. And you don't have it yet either, right? You don't know exactly what we're going to be able to do, how much revenue we will get, how many parents will continue. But I just want to clarify that the choice is not between you either eliminate the ACC director position or you continue to spend, continue to lose hundreds of thousands of dollars a month on this program. That's not the decision that's not the impact of not eliminating that position tonight. And I just want to clarify again that if the money for her salary, if we had looked at the budget in March, the money for Anna's salary was not part of the projected general fund expenditure for the district. So it's still not quite clear to me how eliminating that position feeds into the $2.3 million that we have to cut based on our regular expenditures that we pay for with LCFF and so forth, because we don't currently pay her salary out of that. So I don't want to go back and forth too much. I just want to leave that out there as a point of clarification that I think needs some exploration. And then I think I'll wait until we come back for delivery after public comment.
Can I jump in, Kim?
Oh,
Sure, go ahead.
okay.
Is that cool, Brian?
I just wanted to say like one quick thing, and then Jacob, you can take it.
Go ahead.
The one thing I wanted to say is that it was hard for me when I was like reading through everybody's letters, and also when I was thinking about this circumstance, and I had to take a minute to just remind myself that don't assume that the fall is gonna look like it did last year. And I just had to tell myself, and so I encouraged the board to take a second and say, hey, we're in the middle of a pandemic, and next year is not going to look like last year. And so we have to make decisions based on what we have right now, not what happened in previous times, and not what we think is going to happen next year, because we don't know. I did not know that we were going to be sitting in the position that we're in right now. So I think we need to just take a moment to realize that we have to make a decision based on what's happening right now, because we don't know. We know for sure next year isn't going to look like last year, because the world is never going to be the same. But that, we have to kind of live in this moment. But sorry to cut you off, Jacob. Take it away, man.
No problem. Whoever's running the meeting, if you can go back to slide 14 again, please. So yeah, under this section where it says ACC responsibilities, the second one down, it says before and after school childcare at each elementary. The vast majority of emails that I received were about ACC and about this issue. And there hasn't been too much discussion about this. And please correct me if I'm wrong, Frank, but I think you sent an email out to the community saying that there may be after school and before school childcare. So could you please address that?
That's in the next resolution.
This PowerPoint is in this resolution.
Okay. You're talking about the letter I sent out to the community, or before?
And the slide. The slide 14 says one thing and your email says something else.
ACC responsibilities before and after school. This is describing ACC responsibilities. Maybe I'm not understanding the great question, Trustee Clark. My apologies.
Well, from the emails, people are really concerned about before and after school care. So if you can address that, because it really hasn't been talked about yet.
Before and after school care for our 3 elementary schools are ran by 2 separate entities. One is ACC and the other is the YMCA. And and we have programs at all 3 elementary schools before and after school to provide those kind of services to our families. At this point, we don't intend to stop doing that if school opens back up as we know it. We would like to resume those programs. Those are valued programs for our community.
I'm just sure you received all the emails as well. It seems there's a lot of
Absolutely.
concern about that, and I'm not getting any clear picture of what it's going to look like.
We don't know it, but let me give you a scenario, and that might be helpful, Trustee Clark. If we open back up pre-COVID with some, of course, other safety measures in place, we plan to have our after-school programs at all 3 of our elementary school sites. And when I say programs, I mean everything's included in before and after school care, which include our Chinese programs, our Spanish programs. We plan to proceed and continue with those. And we are looking at, and what I didn't share, other models that we think can be very effective based on our research and some of our experience here at the district office in before and after school programs, so that we are convinced we can enhance them. For example, housing what we would call a site leader at each of the elementary schools who will not count in the regular ratio, but would be an enhancer in terms of the scheduling around enrichment and things of that sort. So the program, like all programs, have lots of room for growth, but we intend to bring those programs back and continue them if we were to come back pre-COVID and continue with our before and after school programs and all the programs within the programs. I'm hoping that helps.
I want to jump in real quick. Dr. Wells, you've been saying pre-COVID, but do you perhaps mean post-COVID?
What I meant was the way we knew them as pre-COVID. So yeah, if we have a post-COVID, yes. Thank you, President Trutain.
Okay. So you're saying.
Well, let me see. Okay, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I can ask.
So I guess my follow-on question from Trustee Clark's and Jacob, we're going to get back to you right away, would be this slide here in this presentation says that the Children's Centered Director's responsibility has been to oversee those before and after school child care programs. So if we do not have an ACC director, who do you envision running those programs?
Thank you for that. Those programs will be absorbed by Director Ritchie, who's in charge of, and it's consistent with schools who have after-school programs and if they run them. And if we were to continue to run the programs, Director Alexa Ritchie would be in charge, and we would have a different kind of model moving forward. If we wanted to extend our partnership with YMCA, who would be interested and have been for years at assuming the before school and after school program with the same sliding scale rate, because they're already doing that in our program. We have a strong partnership with them. That would be the other option that we can pursue. And their model is different from ours and a more preferred model. And I don't want to get into all those details, but we will bring a quality program to our community with the new model B, whether or not we run it or one of our partner runs the program, or assume the entire program, because they run a large portion of it now.
I have a question specifically about that, about transferring childcare from what we currently had before COVID to having the Y or the YMCA, assuming that program. Would there be as much availability of before and after services for low-income families, or would that become more expensive because it wouldn't be run through the school? What would that look like for families that maybe have a harder time paying for care?
Well, thank you for that. The YMCA, the wonderful thing about the YMCA, and I brought all my kids up through the YMCA, and I'm a former, that's where I got my first education, through the YMCA, through all the training, through the summer camps, and being a camp leader and all that stuff. And so I made sure all my 3 kids, because the programs are so enriching, grew up through the program. But I really, really appreciate your question, Michaela. They would have a parallel sliding scale for our kids to come like they do now. We have a partnership, and they're running a portion and we're running a portion. And remember, we're running it and it's a revenue generator, it's a moneymaker. So generally you wouldn't want to let those, if you're a business, you wouldn't want to let the moneymaker go, so you hold on to it. Like currently, we couldn't have a preschool ran unless the district paid, for example, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars if we didn't get the surplus revenues that we get from the child care through fee-based payers to cover the expense that the preschool couldn't afford. But to your question, the short version is yes, they would have a same fee base that we currently have.
Thank you.
Can I
Can I
follow up?
ask it?
Go ahead, sir.
Sorry. I just have a direct follow-up to that. So we have contracts with the state right now for subsidized spots at both the preschool and grade school level. The YMCA does not have that contract with the state. So my understanding is that there's a strong possibility that that set of slots that ACC has held in Albany is the only provider with those in Albany. Those slots could be redistributed to anybody. There's no guarantee they end up at the Y. And there's no guarantee that if we thought of ourselves as sort of suspending this program, that somehow we would get those slots back. So can you speak to that as it relates to the idea of the sliding scale?
We would not let the programs go if it meant a loss of programs. We have them. They're in our wheelhouse. We would only do that if we could transfer them over. If not, we're keeping them. What's most important to us are our kids, making sure our kids and families have these services. They're very value and enriching services. So that's a priority. That's why we wouldn't let them go unless we were given by the state to okay to transfer them over.
Could I follow
Thanks.
up?
I'm sure.
Sorry, Cal?
Please, I want to make sure that you've been very, very patient. Trustee Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. So I just want to make sure I got this clear. I want to start off saying Alexia is awesome. I know she works really, really hard. But from what I've heard throughout this discussion, if this goes through, Alexia is going to be responsible for student services, special ed, ACC, and before and after school care.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Board, would we like to move to public comment at this point?
Yeah, so after, like, if we move to, I don't know why my screen wasn't on. If we move to public comment, we'll still have a chance to come back and ask more questions once we get a chance to go through that. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
I have one comment to make before we move to public comment. And it's not so much a question as it is just a comment. When the cuts that you guys have put forward in this resolution that we're talking about right now, it's about 33 FTE, and 24 of those are in special education or are in the form of paraeducators at any level or behavior specialists. And like I said, I'm not really asking a question, but just more expressing that is really scary to see, especially because right now those students aren't receiving as much instruction as they would be normally if we weren't. That's something we all know, but it's scary that knowing coming back they wouldn't be getting those services even once they did come back to a fully reopened classroom in the way that it looked like or closest to what it will look like pre-COVID. So I'm sure that, I'm sure that there was so much thought put into where the heck can we make this budget balanced, but I think it is really scary seeing that so many of those positions are going to be hurting special education students.
Michaela, I appreciate that. You've always been a very thoughtful person. When you look at it on the surface, it looks like a lot, in part because it is. We use some research and data that we get from school services from with state to look at the paras, because and what they said is that we have a lot of paras, and so we were starting to look at why do we have so many paras, and it was more illuminated doing this distance learning. But let me just say this most importantly, with the current paras we have and that we are retaining, it is it is a number that will allow us, one, to be as we revamp our special ed program, to be more efficient and responsive. It is important to note that we have enough paras to meet our kids' needs and to meet all the IEP's requirements. And with the systems that we're going to put in place that we didn't have before, it's going to allow us to be even more efficient with the services we provide for kids and our responsiveness to our families that we currently serve. So I wanted to highlight that because that was important, because just looking at that list, you would go, oh my God, how are you going to service this community? They're already having challenges. And the challenges are not because we don't have enough paras. If I had to be brutally honest, it's because we didn't have the kind of systems we need to have in place to run an efficient program that would service our kid at the optimal level. And we're excited about moving forward with the kind of expertise we have now doing that kind of work.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Wells. Now, board, I need to ask you for some input. We have 177 pages of comments on this item, and I'd like to hear as many voices from our community as possible. I would like to propose that we try to get through these comments in well, for a beginning estimate. I'd like to suggest 45 minutes, that we spend the next 45 minutes reading these comments. Trustee Doss suggested at the last meeting that we rotate among the board members because it's too much for any one person to read. I can share my screen and we can start from there. If anybody, any other board members has any other suggestions, please, now is the time to make them.
I have a comment, Kim.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, a lot of emails were sent to me and to the board, and I'm sure a lot of other board members got individual emails as well. But the vast majority of them said very similar things. And please tell me if I'm wrong, other board members, but most of them are advocating very strongly for ACC and for before and after school care. So I don't want to disrespect the fact that they spent time writing all those emails, but I would venture to say out of the 100 that I got, 95 of them essentially were saying the same message.
And in addition to that, because the messages were essentially the same, I'm wondering if we could try maybe to do a 1 minute per letter and see if we are able to convey the message in a shortened form without having to read the whole letter. Not to dismiss anybody's voice, but just in terms of trying to get through as many voices as we can over the next time period. And we probably will extend the time given we have so many emails, but just sort of an attempt to, as Jacob said, so many of them are very similar in tone of and message about ACC and its importance in the lives of so many of the writers, that maybe we could try to see what happens if we do a minute per letter and see how much possibly we're cutting off. And if that doesn't work, go to 2 minutes per letter.
I agree with some form of sort of summation or shortening, not because I don't want to hear the voices, but because they are at least as Jacob said, a very similar message. And I would like to have the board maintain focus on our own sort of deliberation and response to that set of comments. And I think if we don't start deliberating until 10:30 at night, when we still have another item, that's challenging. It's challenging to really respond adequately to the public's intent when we're having deliberations at 10:30, 11:30, 12 at night.
Okay. Oh, go ahead, Jacob.
Yeah, just earlier on in my board report, I said there was a couple emails that really touched my heart. So once we get started, if I could summarize or address those two emails, because they were very powerful in my opinion.
I think that should be allowed. And I think that I see the very first email in our list is from Albany Teachers Association. And I think that should be read in full to give that organization the respect. If we have other letters that are directly from the presidents of our other bargaining units, I would certainly want to read those in their entirety also. So with those exceptions, perhaps we should start reading, and we'll see how this goes. I also wanted to give all of the board members, if it's your turn to read, and if the letter is a copy of a previous letter that has been read, we can just add, we can just say that such and such a person has has also expressed this this opinion, so that we don't have to read like letters that have been copy pasted. Okay. All right. Okay. Then I'm going to start the process, and I will also run a timer, and we'll see how this goes. Because we have this resolution and we have another resolution, and then we have a little bit of business beyond that too. And these things are on the agenda because they are considered all to be time sensitive. So we have a tremendous amount of business to get through tonight.
President Tutain, can I make a recommendation for consideration?
Sure.
Typically, where places I've been before, when you have a letter from the president of a union, those letters get an extra minute or two, only because they represent many of the constituents, opposed to individuals who may get 1 minute. And so I'm hoping we can consider that tonight.
Well, I think that's what I just said, that we were going to read the ATA letter in its entirety, and any others from our other bargaining units as well would get the same treatment. Okay. So the rotation would go, I'll start, and then Vice President Durong, and then Board Member Clark, Board Member Doss, Board Member Hinckley, and then our student board members for as long as they want to join us. School is still in session, and normally we release our student board members at 10. So if they want to read with us for a while longer, they're perfectly welcome to. If they need to leave the meeting so that they can get their sleep because they're still working on their school, that's also perfectly fine.
I'll stay. Thank you, though.
Okay, your choice.
As well.
All right. Dear Dr. Wells and School Board, Albany Teachers Association recognizes these are exceptional times. COVID-19 is real, and being a community that values scientific literacy and critical thinking, we take it seriously and feel this acutely. We all recognize that a disaster like COVID-19 has led to huge budgetary impacts. To propose 2.3 million in cuts in less than a month is horrible, unprecedented task to consider, which harms not only the education of students, but also the livelihoods of dozens of hardworking people. School districts should never face this sort of task, and to face it on such short timetable is simply inhumane. Along with the superintendent, we hope that state and federal governments will step up in this time of need. Meanwhile, we ask that you also look at other possible options, i.e. short-term loan from the county, proposing a middle ground cut, etc., to avoid permanent and irreversible solutions to short-term problems. ATA appreciates your proposal, knowing how difficult it must have been to decide on. There are, however, some issues in your proposal that need to be addressed tonight. Given that Albany Children's Center is largely funded by private fees and state revenue devoted to childcare, its impact on the district budget is not obvious. ATA recognizes that the status of future state funds devoted to early childcare is uncertain. Governor Newsom has signaled his intent to maintain childcare programs. However, their scale is in doubt. Therefore, before any cuts are made to this award-winning program, we ask that a public and transparent accounting of the actual costs of ACC to the district be made available. Number 2, ATA requests that you move the director and staff of the Aquatic Center from the provisional to the primary reduction list. The net budgetary impact of the Aquatic Center is significantly higher than ACC. Given that the center is not in use, pool maintenance work is minimal, and to the extent that it exists could be absorbed by other staff. ATA requests that you zero out the textbook budget for 2021 and significantly reduce the materials and supplies budget as well, in line with a virtual instruction environment. Number 4, ATA requests that any savings from 2 and 3 above should go to supporting all children in the Albany district. Okay. We know that we can work together to meet the budgetary realities of the moment while also respecting and retaining the frontline workers of our school district. Respectfully, Albany Teachers Association, Stephen Nath and Chris Knight, co-presidents. Okay. The next one, Clementina.
Good evening, Superintendent Wells, Board President Trutain, School Board Trustees in the Albany community. My name is Anna Mansker. I am the Director of Albany's Children's Center. I'm speaking to you today regarding the board resolutions to reduce classified services. Specifically, I am speaking to the proposal to eliminate my position and to dismantle Albany Children's Center, our school district's early learning department. I have had the opportunity to be the director of this department for nearly 4 years. I am the site administrator for ACC School, supervising and supporting AUSD's preschool and TK classrooms. I run the before and after school programming that operates on all ASUD school campuses, serving nearly 25% of our elementary school children. I'm responsible for a multitude of state reports. I attend regular meetings to ensure ACC is aligned with comparable programs within the county and is in compliance with state and local mandates. I am proud to support the education of Albany's youngest learners and to give back to the community in which I reside. As ACC director, I have been impressed by the dedication, professionalism, and compassion of the early childhood educators. ACC preschool has risen up to earn a 5-star rating. ACC school-age programs have expanded and adopted to support AUSD's rebuilding of Ocean View and Marin Elementary. All of our programs are in direct alignment with AUSD's TK-12 mission. There are a total of 487 children enrolled in ACC programs at this time. All of these families rely upon ACC to provide high quality preschool and childcare services for their children so that they may work or attend school. 181 of these families qualify and receive state subsidies to pay for the childcare services. ACC is the only agency in Albany that offers state subsidies for childcare services. The loss of ACC directly targets our low-income community. AUSD holds 2 contracts with CDE to fund ACC's state-subsidized programs. These contracts are 76 years old. If we relinquish these funds, we will never be able to get them back. Stepping away from this responsibility jeopardizes relationships with the county and state. We must be very mindful of the gravity of these decisions. I strongly urge the board to take time for a full analysis of ACC before voting to reduce staff and close programs. We cannot base a decision of this magnitude on incomplete information. Anna Mansker, Albany Children's Center Director.
Okay, this next would go to Board Member Clark. And because it is has a very long list of signees, I think this one also should be read in its entirety.
Okay, members of the school board, tonight you are being asked to make some very hard and grave decisions regarding many positions in the Albany Unified School District. The proposed listing of layoffs are long, and they will impact and hurt many of our peers, friends, colleagues, and of course, children in this district. This is a daunting agenda and is causing great stress throughout the entire community. We would like to focus on the layoffs that are impacting the Albany Children's Center. These layoffs would not only cause many people to lose their jobs, but they will ultimately close a beloved Albany institution permanently. This closure will be felt widely among Albany families. Albany Children's Center teachers and staff have been active in the Albany schools and community for over 70 years. In the preschool, we not only nurture and support our youngest learners as they navigate their first steps into the TKK classroom. We are proud to operate a play-based preschool, knowing this philosophy best supports and engages our youngest learners. The creative, stimulating experiences we provide support language skills, social emotional growth, cognitive growth, gross motor growth, and fine motor development. Our learning is hands-on, providing activities that foster math, science, and literary skills needed for their intellectual development. These activities lay the foundation for the higher order thinking skills children need to become critical thinkers, as well as aid the development of important life skills. We have been told many times how much we are appreciated by TK kindergarten teachers as our students are better prepared for the new challenges and expectations of elementary school. They are confident, can manage routines and transitions, and are able to cooperate and work successfully with others. Most have learned essential pre-literacy skills such as writing their names and beginning print and phonemic awareness. Our students leave our program better prepared for the structure and academic challenges that await them in kindergarten. ACC is a highly collaborative program, and as such, we recognize the importance of the bridges that have been built with the elementary schools and community over 70 years. As AUSD's earliest intervention program, we are able to recognize children who may need more support, helping to get initial plans and teams in place. We've chosen this career because we are passionate about early childhood education, and we know that high quality preschool can make a difference in their future learning. ACC supports Albany families by giving them security they need to go to work, knowing that they can entrust their child in our care. ACC's after-school programs provide a safe, enriching experience on site for our families dependent on childcare. These programs work collaboratively with the teachers of the families they serve. Our after-school care programs allow for flexibility for elementary teachers when it comes to working with students. Teachers can come into the ACC program to finish assessing or working with the student, or to gain more insight on a child by conferring with ACC staff or observing the children at play with peers. We also provide homework support so students can get the help they need and parents can have one less thing to worry about when coming home from work. ACC has always been a financially self-sustaining establishment. We receive our funding from the state and other sources, and we have not encroached on the district budget. The few remaining districts with early childhood programs have chosen not to close such an essential resource in their community. We must not either. Our director, Anna Mansker, has made plans to reopen our program, following all the guidelines set forth by the CDC and the Department of Education. We are ready to try and restore childcare back to those families who need to return to work. Albany is one of the few remaining districts that can proudly advertise that we provide excellent schools for preschool-age children through high school. AUSD's excellent reputation draws families to be part of this community. ACC should not be cut due to financial difficulties during this pandemic. If ever there's been a time when we should rise to the challenge of continuing our much needed and valued early childhood programs, it's now. Our community and our children need us to be there for them as we have for the past 76 years. We are asking that the board reconsider this proposal. Please designate more time to explore other options and to allow for more collaboration before making such a dire, irreparable decision. We are asking the board to think about the impacts this will have on our children and families in Albany. The Albany Children's Center supports Albany schools. The Albany Children's Center supports Albany families, AUSD staff. And I read this one earlier. I'm not going to say everyone's name, but it's well over 50, 7,500 people from all different sites within our district.
Thank you, Board Member Clark. That was a very good reading of a very long email. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Yeah. Okay, so now we move to Board Member Doss, and from here on out, I'll probably run a timer to make sure we get to as many comments as possible.
Okay. Hello, board member. Hello, board member. I'm happy to read the next one as well, if just to be fair to everybody. Hello, board members. Have you considered cutting at least one campus supervisor positions? With the likely reduced activity on campus, is there really a need for this position? Could one supervisor serve both AMS and AHS? I would argue that focusing on students first will prioritize positions working to support students directly, such as special education staff. Thank you for your consideration. As a parent of former Albany Children's Center students and a board-approved volunteer in the district, it has been my great pleasure to work with Anna Mansker, director of the ACC. Anna exemplifies the necessary knowledge base and temperament to fulfill this role. I have seen her working with the staff and parents and have always been impressed, especially when dealing with the state licensing examiners that frequent the facility. Her aplomb and consistency are fully on display. Her duties are widespread across many of the AUSD campuses, where she works in coordination with the staff to facilitate the transition between preschool and elementary schools. It would be in the district's best interest to retain Ms. Masker as the ACC director. Sincerely, William Whitaker.
Okay, Sarah?
Yep, I'm ready. Can't tell how long it is yet. I am writing to strongly, we lost the top.
There we go.
I am writing to strongly oppose the proposal to close the Albany Children's Center and its before and after school programs. I also strongly disagree with the presentation that states that these programs are not central to the K-12 mission of the school district. These programs are absolutely central to the mission of AUSD in that they educate and care for children enrolled in Albany schools. Our daughter has attended these programs for the past 3 years. It has been an invaluable component of her educational experience. She has learned dance, art, and Spanish, topics that are not covered or rarely covered in the rest of the elementary school curriculum. The presentation states that other programs provide the same services. This is not the case. There are no other programs on site. Working parents rely on early drop-off in order to get to work on time and depend on the smooth transition to the on-site after-school program while completing the workday. Ending on-site integrated before and after-school care will negatively affect the ability of working parents to perform their jobs.
Okay.
Do you want me to read another one or?
No, let's just move on to the next. Okay. I think it's to our student board members.
Audrey, would you like to go first?
Michaela, you've got the mic. Go ahead.
Okay. Hold on. All right. Dear board, this is from Adam Perez. Dear board, I would like this comment to be read to the board in regards to the vote of laying off Anna Mansker, director of the Albany Children's Center. My name is Adam Perez. My son, Kieran, is in kindergarten this year at Marin Elementary and had been attending the Tupelo Pines program every school day. It is my understanding that the Albany School Board will vote on laying off Anna Mansker at the May 26th board meeting. Apparently, Anna has not been given any explanation on why she is being laid off and what the plan is for Albany Children's Center going forward. I ask that you vote no on laying off Anna Mansker. She's an integral part of the Albany Children's Center and cannot be eliminated nor easily replaced. As director, she is absolutely critical to the success of the preschool and after-school programs. These programs provide many of our students with a caring, educational place during the work week and is essential to the Albany community. Anna goes above and beyond to provide our children with the care they deserve.
Sorry about earlier, I was muted. Okay. Dear Albany Unified School Board, I am writing to strongly oppose the proposal to close the Albany Children's Center and its before and after school programs. I also strongly disagree with the presentation that states that these programs are not central to the K-12 mission of the school district. These programs are absolutely central to the mission of AUSD in that they educate and care for children enrolled in Albany schools. These programs have been an invaluable component of our children's educational experience, learning dance, art, and Spanish, topics that are not covered or rarely covered in the rest of elementary school curriculum. The presentation states that other programs provide the same services. That is not the case. There are no other programs on site. Working parents rely on early drop-off in order to get to work in time and depend on the smooth transition to the on-site after-school program while completing the workday. Ending on-site, integrating before and after-school care will negatively affect the ability of working parents to perform their jobs. As with so many funding and educational issues, this will have disproportionate negative effects on lower-income families who may not have the flexibility in their work hours. Because the program is integrated into the school day and is on site, it has been easy for a child to build on their relationships with school friends during the before and after school care programs. These programs provide invaluable time where a child is both supervised and supported by the instructors, and also has unstructured time.
Audrey, that's the minute limit.
Okay.
Yeah. The next one, which I think is pretty much a copy, maybe the next speaker, oh, that would be myself, will, I'll read the bottom half to make sure that this full email is covered. Time myself. Okay. The presentation states that other programs provide the same services. That is not the case. There are no other programs on site. Working parents rely on early drop-off in order to get to work on time and depend on the smooth transition to the on-site after-school program while completing the workday. Ending on-site integrated before and after-school care will negatively affect the ability of working parents to perform their jobs. As with so many funding and educational issues, this will have disproportionate negative effects on lower income families who may not have the flexibility in their work hours. Because the program is integrated into the school day and is on site, it has been easy for our child to build their relationships with school friends during the before and after school programs. These programs provide invaluable time where our child is both supervised and supported by the instruction, but also has unstructured time that allows her to engage with friends. Best, Yuko Teke. No. Okay.
I understand that we have to reduce the cost of administrative staff, but please try to keep the before after school program. And the alternative way is to reduce the salary of the entire members in the school district so that we can save as many positions as possible for the future. Thanks, Albany resident. I'll continue. Dear board members, I am writing to strongly oppose a proposal to terminate the school program. I'm going to jump well, no, I shouldn't. Including before and after school programs, ACC's function is crucial to the families in AUSD, and without ACC and the experienced staff, it would cause a detrimental consequence on our child's educational experience. In addition, disproportionately slashing before after school care compared to the other elementary school systems would only worsen disparity among our community. ACC's on-site program had tremendous benefits for our child. And discusses that more. And this next paragraph, I understand the financial stress caused by COVID on AUSD's program. However, cutting the entire ACC program while maintaining the main elementary school system would not solve the problem. I argue to consider reforming the elementary school system before putting too much slash on ACC, as both systems are inseparable components of children's educational experience. Moto Takai.
I'll go ahead and jump in on this one. This one looks like it's similar, so I'm going to kind of start towards the bottom a little bit. The instructors have poured their hearts and souls into the program, wrapping the children in warmth and kindness. Our child has built close relationships with many of these instructors. The teachers have organized an end-of-the-year performance event for the students, where the students demonstrate the dance and other skills that they have practiced all year. That event reflects hard work by the instructors and was a highlight for teachers and students. Maybe scroll up a little bit, please. And I'll just end off with their last sentence. We urge the board to maintain the programming of the Albany Children's Center and the resources it provides. Thank you, Jack Gao.
I wish to voice my strong objection to the proposal to close the Albany Children's Center and its before and after school programs. I believe that these programs are an essential part of AUSD's educational mission, as they provide additional educational variety, including art, dance, and Spanish, that are not available during the school day. Moreover, providing on-site childcare during working hours is essential for two-parent working households, including ours. Providing quality on-site childcare, as the Albany Children's Center does, helps families with fewer resources navigate the difficulties of living in an expensive area, and eliminating it will only worsen racial, economic, and gender disparities. I also like to point out that Albany Children's Center charges tuition for many families who attend. While I know not all families would be able to pay an increased amount, I urge the board to consider an increased tuition payment on a sliding scale with the income to avoid burdening lower income families as an alternative to eliminate the program. I know many of us would gladly pay more to ensure the valuable education the ACC and its caring, talented teachers provide. Can I say something really quick as we go on, before we go on to the next one?
Go ahead.
We often read these and like we kind of read through all of them and then we jump back into our discussion. But a couple of things that were mentioned here, I think are worth either pointing out or mentioning. So it would be my request if I think it would help the community as well as the other board members if there's some information that we read and the information is misinformed or could use some elaboration. If either you can make a note of it and kind of address it at the end, or if you feel more comfortable kind of jumping in, I think it would help like in the clarification of things. Just a thought, but I think it would help because as I'm listening to a lot of these, I'm hearing like certain information. And I think that it would help to have like some clarification instead of kind of just reading through it and then like jumping back into our discussion. I want this to be a part of our discussion and not just like a roadblock.
Well, I agree with you, and I'm certainly hoping that district office staff are making notes about specific things that are said in these public comments that we need to address very clearly as soon as we get through as many of them as possible. So yeah, I think we need to do that.
Can I jump in real quick?
Sure.
Yeah, but having district office take notes of some of these things, our vote is directly related to what these people are saying. So however the vote goes down, to then have them go later and look at some of these comments, I don't know how that's going to be all that helpful.
Well, isn't the suggestion, Brian, that staff write down the comments and then we discuss the specific comments and any additional information right after the reading of all these letters? So that
yes, yeah, that would be my request, because I want to make sure that we address the things that the community are pointing out, and include that in our discussion the same way we would if they were all standing in line at the at City Hall. So I want to make sure that their comments are included and not just read. So absolutely, Clementine, thank you.
Okay. So I think it moves to Trustee Hinckley.
Yes, although I think so far this is the same as an above letter. Is there a piece I can read at the bottom? Maybe
This is
these.
the same one. Yeah, that's the same one.
There's a lot of the same ones.
Yeah.
Was this part about unemployment though? I don't think anyone read that paragraph. Can you go back up a little bit to the bottom of that letter? Right there, thanks. Because I don't think this one bit was read. These before and after school programs are a vital lifeline for working parents, single parents, and others who depend on having additional support for childcare before and after the end of the school day. Losing this resource will be damaging to so many of us, particularly when families are already stressed with the threat or reality of unemployment or changed work situations. And I can't see the name, but I can do the next one too. Dear board members, I am very disheartened to hear about the proposal to close the Albany Children's Center and its before and after school programs. The next part is a little bit the same, but there's a bolded sentence. Ending on-site integrated before and after school care will negatively affect our ability as working parents to perform our jobs. It may be that my wife, who is a frontline worker as a nurse aide caring for senior citizens, may have to quit when these workers are in short supply. We worry that a lot of lower income families will further lose support and income they need in these critical times. I think the rest has been read out loud from the same letter before. I don't know if there's anything at the bottom. We urge the board to maintain the programming of the Albany Children's Center and the resource it provides. Thank you. Best regards, Lalit Khanna and Anuha Aurora.
Okay, student board member Weinstein. This is the same letter again. Let's see if there's anything that they added. I think this is all been read. Let's see about the next one. This is the same email again.
I think this one's different.
Yeah.
Okay. From Laura Pullen, can you please, oh, yes, okay. Anna Mansker has been part of our older son starting school at ACC, has attended his IEP meetings with compassion and understanding for his unique situation, and has helped him successfully transition to general ed TK from the special ed preschool. Part of him preparing for and transitioning to TK General Ed was having him go to the General Ed preschool programs at ACC. The value of having a preschool affiliated with AUSD has had an incredible impact on our son's development. Like most families in Albany, we make a lot of sacrifices and took on a lot of risk to purchase a home here. We did this because of our commitment to our children to find a good school system that could provide a well-rounded education. We were thrilled that there was a partnership between preschool and TK with a focus on being caring, compassionate, and a good citizen in these early years. This is an invaluable foundation to have, and learning this in the early years is very important.
Thank you.
Please think and act carefully before you do something that will harm a child or its future, because you can never really undo the harm or damage to it and our future together. We have a primary responsibility to our connection to all children, not just to some or many. Please do not harm any child or leave anyone behind. Respectfully submitted, Steve Pacheco. I can do the next one too. In the first week of coming back to work as a paraeducator in the pandemic, I was able to get a student to show up to Zoom classes after skipping them for 2 months. Remote learning has made it difficult to engage all students. I believe now more than ever, paraeducators are essential for online learning. If special education students don't have the support they need at home, they won't be able to rely on it from their teachers alone. Many of our students need one-on-one support to stay afloat academically. Paraeducators are essential now more than ever to bridge the gap in learning that was created by the crisis. If we reduce the number of paraeducators, it will be a blow to our students who don't have the resources to succeed alone with remote learning. Paraeducators also provide social and emotional support for students. This pandemic has created a mental health crisis and isolated our students from their school support system. As we connect with some of our students remotely again, it feels like we are alleviating some of that isolation and creating a sense of normalcy. Taking away paraeducators will also take away carefully crafted relationships. If the goal for our students is to provide adequate mental health support, cutting them off from a support system they rely on is untenable. Laying off paras in a recession would not only be a terrible financial blow, but would also mean cutting us from a community that we gain strength from being a part of. Caring for and worrying about my students has given me a sense of purpose and hope in a devastating time. Working with my special education team to help our students is extremely rewarding. If the budget cuts are not certain at this time, why risk hurting students and employees right now? Or if there is any other way we can maintain the budget without laying off employees, why not pursue that option instead?
Thank you. Okay, this is mine then. My name is Philippe and I am an Albany resident. My daughter has been an ACC preschool student for the past 2 years and she will be starting kindergarten in the fall. For the past 2 years, she's been looking forward to going to the preschool every day, often with the level of excitement equivalent to getting an ice cream cone. I have seen similar excitement with her peers as well. To me, this is a good metric of how great the program at ACC is. Another is seeing my daughter learn new things every day with the help of the highly dedicated support and staff of ACC. The remarkable dedication to life coaching and teaching kids is woven through all ranks of ACC. ACC's early child development programs are crucial to the young learner's development, and after 2 years, my daughter is more than ready for kindergarten. Hearing of staff reduction and potentially completely shutting down ACC has brought great sadness to my family and many other in our town's community. At these unsettled times, both director and teachers at ACC have shown exemplary dedication and caring toward their students. Okay, let's move on.
The next one is Adam Perez, and I believe that was read already by Michaela. And so I'll go to the next one, which says, respected superintendent and board members of AUSD. Here I am, one of the parents of the preschooler at ACC. I'm very saddened and disturbed to hear the news about the ACC's budget cut due to this pandemic, COVID-19, and its impact on the preschool program. My son has been there at the ACC preschool subsidized program for almost about a year now, and if the preschool closes by any chance, it could shake our small world personally. With ACC, we had a lot of help since my son goes there and I get to work and contribute to our small family of 4. If the preschool closes, we won't be able to afford the other expensive preschools around here. Then it will be sad news for my son too, because he loves going to the preschool, as he misses his wonderful teachers and the staffs over there. Before the shelter-in-place order, my son always insisted on going to school, even on weekends. If the school closes, he won't have interaction with those wonderful teachers and his classmates. Finally, I won't be able to work and contribute to the small family of 4. Also, one of my friend's sons goes there too. If the school is closed, his mom won't be able to continue her study of going back to school, as there are 72 other kids at the ACC preschool, and I'm sure there are a lot of other stories related to all the individual students there. They won't be able to make their family dreams come true, and it could affect them badly as well. I'm requesting you to please reconsider the plan of closing the preschool program, or if possible, please save our helpful and wonderful preschool and the teachers that have been serving the community around Albany for a long time. Tenzin Youngdol.
I forgot to hit the timer on that one,
Oh.
but it's fine. It was new.
Yeah, Kim,
Yeah.
could you scroll through a few of these? I looked ahead and it looks like the next 3 or 4 are all repeats.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that looks the same as well. Okay, this looks a little different. Actually,
Okay.
maybe we can discuss this, Kim. I do want to be respectful of everyone's emails, but as I said before, a good 95% of them had reoccurring themes. I don't want to not talk about some of the personal experiences of them, and some of them are different, but I mean, we're only on page 33 out of 177, and it's already 10:20.
Well, this one right here is the same. Buggy, California. We've read this one already.
Yeah, this is an issue. Actually, if you look on the agenda, we were scheduled for adjournment at 10:05, and we have a tremendous amount of work and deliberation yet to do. So I will need a motion to extend the meeting. Let's make it a generous one, and then we can more fully discuss what to do next as a board.
I moved to extend the meeting to 11:30.
I'll second
You're an optimist.
that. We can always do it again.
Okay. May I have a roll call, please?
Sorry, one moment. Figure out where we left off. Student Board Member Mala,
Yes.
Student Board Member Weinstein. And I believe this goes to Trustee Clark,
Yes?
Trustee Doss,
Yes.
Trustee Hinckley,
Yes.
Vice President, or excuse me, President Trutain,
Yes.
Vice President Durand.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so the meeting is now scheduled to adjourn at 11:30. As Trustee Clark has pointed out, I think we're on page 38 of 177. And we still need to bring this item back to the board for more deliberation. The trustees, everybody has gotten these emails, and we heard in when we did our board updates that we've read them. They're all a part of the public record now. All 177 pages are posted on this agenda and for the public record. So board, would you, I would like to do whatever the will of the board is. Do we want to bring this back to the board for some deliberation at this point?
I mean, maybe we can like do a couple more each. I mean, I know that leaves people out, but
I know not everyone was talking about ACC too, and I know the ones we've read so far have been about ACC, but there's also been other concerns.
that's a very good point.
Can we try to move through sort of quickly and see if we can pick out ones that are unique?
Yeah, I think it'd be good to like spend the next few minutes and find a few that are unique before we get back into our discussion. And then, like I said, give district staff an opportunity to respond to some of the ones they've heard so far before we get into our discussion. I think it's my turn too.
There's one on page 42 that sort of speaks about working parents and the importance.
That's been addressed a little bit already.
Well, this one is pretty specific.
Okay.
I see the same lines though, so I do see same lines.
I think what I was addressing specifically is those who were addressing the special education cuts, because there were a good amount of those. I don't know if we could sift through these 177 pages.
Okay, I'm trying to move through to see.
Yeah, I'm doing the same, Kim. I'll scroll through and see. Maybe I don't know if people have other devices, but if we could scroll through our own personal devices and try to find some that are different.
Yep, I'm doing that now.
I would say 52 from Felicia. Yeah, the one that you're on right now. This is new text.
Okay, I'll read that one. Dear Superintendent and board members, my name is Felicia Lynn, and I currently work as the account clerk at the Albany Children's Center. It is very sad news to hear that you are considering laying off staff members at the Albany Children's Center. While I understand the budget constraints in this difficult time, I have worked at this center for 9 years and watched this trusted organization grow to an essential service for Albany families. We have already started preparing enrollment for new preschool children to start in the fall, assuming we can safely open and our staff is prepared to follow all necessary guidelines. There are so many families looking forward to their children starting their social and academic learning at the Albany Children's Center and providing such an important service for working parents too. Please consider the important role our center plays in child development, providing jobs and city services. Thank you and all the best, Felicia, account clerk, Albany Children's Center.
I know this is a big jump, but I found one on page 93. Okay.
The court, should I just read that one, Kim, or?
No, let's move on to Sarah.
Okay.
If Audrey, oh, you're on the page. According to the board agenda, it appears that the superintendent is proposing approximately 121 staff layoffs due to lack of worker funding. I understand Governor Newsom has announced some drastic budget cuts, but this impulsive reaction is not a well-thought approach to addressing the budget crisis and keeping our students at the center of our decision-making. Our schools can't run without funding, but nor can they run without staffing. Every staff currently employed is valuable and dedicated. We risk permanently losing good staff, even if funding is later reinstated. We need to collectively send a message to the governor regarding funding for schools and clarify that we can't, as a state and a nation, mandate public school and not provide sufficient funding. Gutting the system for what feels like a political statement is not a viable approach and is one that creates confusion, frustration, undue stress, distrust, and even anger. The residents of Albany deserve better. The hardworking school staff deserve better, and most importantly, the students of Albany Unified deserve better. Please take some time to consider carefully before voting on this approach and look for ways to think outside the box so that we can keep our schools, communities, and livelihood intact. Eddie Pollard, Behavior Specialist.
I see a different one on page 60, Kim.
Go for it. Let's move to page 60.
I don't want to jump Turner's reading, or I don't know how we're doing this.
That would go, that would go to Michaela.
Dear Dr. Wells and Albany School Board, like you, I am so stressed about the dire budget situation. We knew these cuts were coming, but the reality is still shocking. I know you are all agonizing about the job losses and programmatic impacts of the new fiscal reality. Even more shocking, however, is the way the news was delivered to those people most affected by the cuts, those classified staff who are losing their jobs. To read about this in a board agenda and having to dig deep into it on a Saturday evening felt incredibly insulting. Many classified employees have worked for AUSD for years, even decades, far longer than any of you. We are a small district, a district in which people know one another very well. There is no justification for the impersonal way this was handled. There are so many ways you could have reached out to people to let them know the budget reality or in a kinder, more personal way. We are all adults who read the news. We know the situation is bleak. We know cuts are unavoidable. I have talked to a handful of the many classified employees, and every one of them was devastated about losing their jobs, of course, but more at being treated so disrespectfully by the district where they had given their expertise and energy for so long. I know everyone would truly appreciate more thoughtful leadership from here on out.
There's one
Okay.
on 151 that specifically addresses special ed, and it's from like 15, signed by 15 special ed. Okay.
There's also a lot on special education later on. So like I'm finding a lot of them kind of in the higher numbers of the document, higher paged numbers.
If I could,
Yeah,
if I could
Audrey,
if I could mention on before, maybe we discuss special education on page 104, there's a letter that specifically has some ideas about what possible, not so much alternatives, but suggestions as to what we could possibly look at as alternatives or in
Okay.
ways of, could we read that one on 104?
well, let's read, Audrey, read the one that you found, and then we'll move to 104. I'm up after Audrey and I'll do that one. Oh, Audrey, go ahead. Well, you're muted.
Sorry. Tonight you are being asked to vote on the proposed cuts to classified staff. While this is not an easy task, I urge you to reconsider the cuts to the special education paras. These positions have not only been historically hard to fill, but they are critical to meeting the current IEP service requirements on students' IEPs. As a resource specialist at the elementary level, I cannot stress enough how integral to our program our paras are for providing support to our most vulnerable students. Paras lead small group instruction, provide needed in-class support to students with behavioral needs through the use of crisis prevention strategies, implement extension activities for academic intervention, and are an ongoing resource for teachers when implementing the legally required accommodations designated on a student's IEP. These supports are essential throughout our students' school careers, from early intervention through the middle and high school, all the way through the transition program. In the SDC programs, paras play a vital role in maintaining health and safety of our moderate to severely disabled students. They are trained to support students with toileting and mobility needs, facilitate communication and socialization, support access to curriculum, and provide hands-on learning opportunities such as cooking and job training. These needs are likely to be even greater upon our return to in-person school, since it's likely that additional protocols will be in place post-COVID-19. Teachers cannot support these needs on their own without these invaluable members of our special education community. While we don't know when we'll return to in-person school, paras continue to play an important role in distance learning. The paras at Marin and AMS are supporting students and teachers by attending their whole and small group Zoom lessons and are meeting with students individually or in small groups to provide individualized instruction and reteaching opportunities. Students make real connections with our paras, and our paras in turn play a vital role in connecting our students to their peers and communities. So again, I ask you to minimize or eliminate cuts to the special education paras. Additionally, tonight you're voting on cutting both the behavior specialist and behavior analyst. These positions provide vital support to special education teams, students, and families. They complete functional behavior assessments and write thoughtful and effective behavioral intervention plans, which are legally required in some IEPs. Furthermore, they help develop materials, schedule strategies, and interventions that keep students and staff safe and teach replacement behaviors designed to reduce or eliminate problem behavior. If that wasn't enough, they also lead trainings for teachers, paras, and specialists that better prepare them to work with students with diverse needs and behavior. The services these positions support will have to be outsourced, likely at greater cost to the district, should the board agree to the elimination of these positions. And even more importantly, staff members will be left without the support they need to serve their students. Thank you for choosing to support our students, teachers, and staff, and for careful and thoughtful consideration of these reductions. And it's signed resource specialists and others.
Okay, thank you. I will read the letter on page 104. Number one, we are saddened by the proposed drastic cuts to Albany schools before an attempt to seek emergency funding from the state, federal government, or the local community. Would it be possible to raise emergency funds from parent community for schools reopening in the fall to purchase sanitation supplies and sanitation equipment? What are the district actual needs in dollar amount in terms of increased sanitation or funds needed to reopen schools under new health protocols? Defunding ACC for the next academic year and possibly beyond may be an easy decision to make at this time. However, ACC provides fee-based childcare and it is a self-sustainable community-funded operation. Childcare has been and will continue to be an essential service during the state of health emergency. We would like to ask the school district administration if there was an attempt to survey the parents about their childcare needs for the upcoming school year. Alternative sites for ACC to operate childcare services can be found in the community, such as Albany Community Center, Albany Public Library, or even spaces to rent, as parents will be paying associated childcare fees. We would like to suggest for upper administration of the school district to consider voluntary pay cuts to their salaries to help close the severe budget gap. We propose 15% of administration annual salaries. This includes the superintendent, all school principals, assistant principals, and all other top administrators. Also, a temporary six-month reduction in pension and retirement matching contributions by the districts to all districts' employees could be considered. Would these possible voluntary salary cuts provide some funds needed to reopen schools, for example, to fund testing or health screening of students and staff at the beginning of the school year? Marta Cornell Elementary parent. Okay, so
the next page is public comment from Charles Blanchard, who as a school board member for a number of years has one of those key memory positions, and we always call on him from time to time. So I'm hoping I could read this letter in full.
Please read it, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for your service to Albany. You face a difficult task. AUSD's level of deficit spending is not sustainable and immediate action is necessary. Efforts to increase revenues have so far yielded no new net funding, which means that service cuts will be needed to align expenditures with revenues. While I am not advocating for or against any specific proposals, I would like to point out that every possible reduction of expenditure will adversely impact the quality of the educational program. The options are limited. You have been asked to consider some choices tonight. Realistically, the only other possibilities are to maximize class sizes at all grade levels, to drastically reduce interventions and student support services, or to impose a draconian reduction of electives and student choices at AMS and AHS. There are no good choices. Finding the right balance will be incredibly difficult. I would like to share 4 observations from my experience of prior budget crisis in Albany. First, the feasibility and consequences of services cuts were not always anticipated correctly. That is why the state of California imposed penalty minutes on AHS in the mid-2000s. The second, programs that were cut have seldom returned. AMS today has one less period than before. Third, actual cost savings typically do not match projected cost savings. And that is why ASUD went into county supervision in 2002, despite adopting service cuts and nominally balanced the budget. Finally, I have never seen such a successful approach to reducing costs through negotiations over salary and benefits. Sometimes future cost increases have been minimized, though. As for tonight's proposals, please examine the projected cost savings carefully. Since the Albany Children's Center has largely been self-supporting, why would the proposed position cuts save the general fund's existing budget any amount larger than ACC's current operating deficit of just under 100,000, even if next year is challenging? Why would the proposed $1.4 million in position cuts for services for special needs children prove feasible when the services involved must be negotiated? And the larger question remains, what combination of service cuts will be least harmful? Charlie Blanchard.
Can you go to 177, Kim? It's my turn. I'm sorry, 117.
Yeah, sure.
So this is one of the ones I said earlier that really touched my heart. It does talk about ACC and some of the after-school programs. Unfortunately, this one doesn't have the link to the slideshow. I don't know if there's a way we can get that up. I can maybe forward you the email, but it has a slideshow of some of the students at Tupelo, and these are actually the children that we are charged with, to as board members, to try to serve them all to the best of our abilities. And to be quite honest, the slideshow brought tears to my eyes, and it would mean a lot to me if we can actually have all of these people who are making these tough decisions actually, since we're not in an open session where people can actually come and we can see their faces, it's the next best thing.
I don't know how to get to the slideshow, but I certainly welcome you reading the letter.
I mean, I can forward the email to you, and then you can share your screen, and then you can open it up and you can play the slideshow.
Okay, let me see if I can. I'll search for that in my email right now. But do you want to go? Do you want to go ahead and read it?
Well, let me go ahead and forward it, and maybe whoever's next can go. I'll forward the email to you, and then I'll come back.
Okay. Want people to.
Somebody can go next. If there's another one lined up, like I say, just go to the next board member. It'll take me a second to.
Who's next, Kim?
Here, I find it. So, so after Brian, after Jacob is Brian, but here I found the email.
And there should be a slideshow. And like I said, it was very, very powerful to me.
Okay, so should I read this and then we'll watch the slideshow after?
Sure, go ahead.
Our before and after school Tupelo Spanish program has served more than 200 families in 2019-2020. The Tupelo program is self-sustained. In fact, for the last 76 years, we have given direct funds to AUSD. Not only do we provide a nurturing environment for children to thrive, but the social interaction that is fundamental for children to become productive citizens. Our diverse personnel hold bachelor's degrees and have years of experience working with children. We are the bridge between the structured and unstructured setting that children need to incorporate into their world. Our program allows children to explore and self-regulate, going from one station to another at their own pace, while adapting themselves accordingly to their abilities, moods, and emotions. We tailor children's necessities with open communication with teachers. Tupelo staff receive ongoing training to update their knowledge and to better serve children and families. The trust and confidence that we have among parents, teachers, and specialists is unique. We are the village that a child needs. During this pandemic, we continue to serve our Tupelo families. We created a webpage and continue having Zoom meetings with children because we value children's interactions as part of their healthy development. We check in with families regularly via phone calls, emails, etc. We are also still providing distance learning to keep children active at home by doing arts and crafts. In the upcoming weeks, children will create their own piñata and conclude with a fiesta splash party. We would hope that you will want to be remembered for the great things you have done for the Albany community, Dr. Wells. Please keep our program. Thank you. Anna Alvarado, ACC teacher, Tupelo Spanish program.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen now. Go. Present. Okay. Go. Okay, I think that's.
Thank you so much, Kim.
You're welcome, no problem. Okay, I'm going to stop my screen sharing. Board, we started reading public comment at 9:40. It's 10:47 now, so we've spent more than an hour doing this. And we still need to discuss these items more and do our essential business. I know there's a whole lot that we haven't read. I know that we've read them each individually, and they are part of the public record of this meeting. Do I have your approval to go back to our discussion and to integrate questions from these public comments into our questions now?
It's a yes for me, and then I have a couple of comments.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so thank you very much, Albany community, for all of your public comments. They were very touching to read, and it shows your passion for education. So I would like to turn this back over to the board for the board to ask questions based on the public comments that they would like staff to answer.
Could I read just one sentence out of an email that I received that wasn't part of that 170 page document?
Sure, go ahead.
It's just one sentence, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of in the middle, but it says, "But I can tell you what I know, which is the fact that we will pass this horrible pandemic at some point, and what will be left for the generations to come is how you, people who are in a position of making a decision, can make a difference in order to teach our children how to handle a difficult situation, not losing their humanity and compassion." Thank you.
Okay.
I just wanted to say a couple of things. I took some notes. I wanted to confirm before and after school programs aren't on the list. Am I reading that wrong? Did I miss that part?
President Tutain?
I mean, I hear a lot. I mean, we're talking a lot about before and after school programs, but I didn't see that on there. As like we're discussing the administrators specifically. Well, we're discussing multiple administrators. One position is kind of being. I'm kind of recapping because I feel like we're getting a little bit off the subject. So there's more than one administrator that we're discussing. It sounds like we're focusing in on one administrator specifically because those are the emails that we got, which makes sense. We're focusing in on the community input that we got, but there's multiple administrators that we're talking about. Also on those lines, not only are we talking about multiple administrators being eliminated, but we're talking about one position where it was two positions. We make it into one position, and now then it was two positions. Now we're making it into one again. So I think we should definitely talk about that a little more, just to make sure that the clarification is there and that there's things that are going to be in place that are going to make it to where it's successful this time around, because it wasn't successful the first time around. And so I wanted to clarify that. Also, if we could just get a quick recap as to what we're actually discussing and what we're talking about, because I think we're getting a little bit off the subject, and we talked a lot about after school programs, but that's not what we're actually discussing to vote on right now. So let's clarify that. And on those lines, I wanted to, for the reduction of the administrator for the special education, if the district could talk specifically about the things that we're putting in place to support Director Ritchie and her role as she takes on that tough task, and kind of talk about how we're going to support her in that, and what we're putting in place to make sure that it's not too much of a daunting task, because we've been down this road before.
Trustee Doss, before we get into that, may I ask, because you alluded to a number of things, but I just thought to make sure we all remain clear. And I was sitting here, listening to the letters, and I wanted to be clear because it feels like there's some confusion. What we're asking tonight does not include a vote on ACC or after school programs. That is not a proposal before the board tonight. I wanted to be clear. And I think with some information or misinformation out there, that there's talk about closing the after school program and closing the child care. And I think that was, I want to be clear, that's the talk, but that's not the agenda item, nor is that part of the recommendation before the board tonight. I just wanted to make that clear. And I'm going to turn over to Director Alexia Ritchie, who can talk about how special ed moving forward and what we're doing differently to provide about more desirable results.
Thank you, Superintendent Wells. Just to reemphasize too, Trustee Doss, one of the things that we do need to accomplish quickly is the distance learning plan for each and every student who has an IEP in Albany. And this is a result of the school closures and COVID-19 asking us to really take a look at what students are going to be needing given the current scenario and given a number of scenarios, excuse me, moving forward. And so with that said, it does afford us a really positive opportunity to comb through every single IEP that has been written in Albany to see if we are serving our students appropriately, if we are serving our students to the impact where we are starting to wean them off of services as they get older and closer to the transition age of high school and beyond. And so I am very excited to move forward with the current distance learning plan scope and moving even into next year. With my background in special education, what will come naturally to me perhaps might be a little frustrating to others who don't have the scope or the breadth of knowledge of all the programs in Albany. Just to give you a little background on my own experiences, I was a special education teacher in both a special day class and a resource program for well over 10 years, have had an opportunity to work with a number of special ed directors, and do anticipate being able to work with a very rock solid team to move forward with some of the hiring that still needs to get done with our resource teachers, with our psychologists. There's still a lot of pieces to put back together again. So I'm confident moving forward that I have the depth and breadth of knowledge of what needs to happen now and what needs to be planned for in the future. It's a daunting task, but from my experiences walking into Marin Elementary School, walking into Albany High School, I tend to walk into situations which do need some TLC, but do need some hard decisions to be made for the betterment of the system. And so with that said, we do have a monumental task ahead of us, and I'm not going to promise to be the best at it, but I will certainly commit to doing my best to move forward in serving all of our students in Albany.
Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up question, Alexia? When you speak about the process of sort of combing through the IEPs, can you talk about the process for coming up with the number of positions that we are able to reduce in this proposal without affecting our ability to deliver on IEPs as they're currently written?
Sure. Well, one of the things that really should happen is an audit of the IEPs in terms of the parent support that is on the IEP, and whether it's to the point of being appropriate or an overabundance of parent time that is now a situation which is costing the student their own level of independence. And so moving into, let's say, a number of audits with IEPs, we might see that there are some students who are not necessarily in a position where they need that much para support. And so it's our due diligence to pull that back and to ensure that the level of independence to the students is on par with what we're writing into the IEPs. And I'm not necessarily at a position where I can speak to that specifically, because it is going to take some time to go through all of those and to make sure that, again, the services that the student needs is the services that they should be deserving of getting. But at the same time, it is not necessarily a best practice to give a student more services than is relevant. And so that's just one example of going forward to doing an IEP audit. But I'll go back to the current situation. It is going to be an experience to go through and write distance learning plans for all students based on our current situation. So that will give us a lot of information moving forward. But I do hope to work with an outstanding team. I have 2 behavior specialists who will be maintained and will be giving me some extremely important information to move forward as I have some hard decisions to make in special education.
Okay, I have a query for Dr. Wells, because when we went back to our deliberation, you said you wanted to clarify what was before the board, and you said that we are not talking about closing ACC tonight, and we're not being asked to eliminate the before and after school care programs. I would ask you to go back over that and say, what and when do you intend to, what do you intend to keep from those programs, and when do you intend to have them? Sort of the what and when for both.
I think like our regular school as it stands now, we would know at some point when we are going to be able to reopen. Right now they're closed, and that presents some problem. COVID-19, we're aware of the devastating impact. That's why we're having this conversation tonight. And the schools are closed. So when they're open, if they're allowed to be open, and how they will be allowed to be open, it's going to be, that's going to determine what we're going to do in terms of how we open them. And it may be very different from the way we knew them. And so there's a lot of talk about please save the after school program, and that's not on the table today. And so when we're talking about opening up schools and program, that's kind of simultaneous, because when we open up our schools, we're going to have to look at how we're going to open up our after school care. And so if we're in a hybrid approach for after school, for school, we have to take on a hybrid approach for after school and before school care. And none of that's on the table yet. And so I think people have just been pulling others' emotional coattail and saying, you're closing the school. And what really is happening, from my perspective, is about the focus is on this adult and saying, don't cut the directed program. And it's associated with cutting preschool and after school programs. And so there's a lot of emotion out there and a lot of lack of clarity, because that is synonymous with us getting rid of programs. And that's not our intention. Our intention is to be proactive around things so that we can mitigate issues best we can. Right now, we're talking about trying to reduce this spending, because historically, Fund 12 was able to cover preschool, before and after school care. And we're saying because the funds revenues have been significantly reduced, the general fund now is impacted like never before. And just to give you a taste of that, I showed you about $500,000 a month. And so we're trying to mitigate this financial crisis so that it doesn't do any more irreparable harm to our kids. And I want to illuminate the point, and that's why I'm regurgitating it. ACC preschool is not before the board tonight. The before and after school programs is not before the board tonight. What's before the board tonight are the reduction. And so I just want to delineate that and be crystal clear with the board, so that we don't kind of mix it, because we're like, wow, that program, we got to save it. And it's not on the table, and we don't plan to get rid of it at this point. And so I just want to make that clear.
Can I just follow on to that? So I think the lack of clarity actually originates in the slideshow. So, and I'm also realizing that there's quite a lot of difference between the revised version that was posted and the original version. The original version of the slideshow specifically said that other providers could take over these programs, which implies that we don't intend to run them. In the version that's on today, under the slide for the Children's Center director, the reasoning given below it is all about the possibility that we will have to close the preschool. There's no other justification in here for reducing that position. It's all about whether or not the preschool will exist. So I don't think this is, I think that's, for me, where the lack of clarity comes from, is that the presentation has aligned the elimination of the ACC director with the possibility of eliminating ACC's programs. And that's why, to me, it feels like we are being asked to vote, if not explicitly, we're being asked to make a vote for which it seems clear that the following step is at least the consideration of the elimination of those programs. And for me personally, I'm not comfortable for that reason voting to eliminate that position tonight, because I don't feel confident that it's separate from a decision about the future of those programs.
That's not how.
If I could step
read
in.
Sorry, go ahead, Clementina, but that's not how I read it.
Thanks, Brian. You know, I was in education for 30 years, and I've seen over and over again how easy it is for us to tie individuals who do wonderful jobs, and then to tie them to the existence of a program or not a program, just like you're talking about, Sarah, in this case. And I think that we really do have to distinguish between individuals and programs. And which is not to say that people don't do wonderful jobs, and that Ms. Mansker, we've heard the testimony tonight from so many parents about Ms. Mansker and what a wonderful job she's done, and how she's elevated ACC to 5 stars, and how she's always available for the parents, and how kids' needs have been addressed by her in a variety of ways. And so it's not about an individual in terms of her as a person, and whether the program is tied to her or not. And maybe that's a clarification that's now being made, that it is not Anna and the program that goes down, but it is the position that she is holding. And I have a financial question about that as well, but I kind of wanted to go once back again to Director Ritchie, who is going to have so many hats. It concerns me. I know she's a superwoman, but at the same time, you know, I'm concerned about her being able to do all these jobs, and both because we're under extreme circumstances right now, but then also going forward, when we can look forward to getting back into a sort of a normal school day. And so I did want to go back to you, Director Ritchie, and ask you again about, and I'm not putting you on the spot in terms of your experiences or whatever, but rather how do you feel that you'll be able to address the needs of ACC going forward if this position is cut?
Before, sorry, but before you, don't forget that question. It's a good question. But I want to ask a question in general. We are putting in place, like basically we're saying that, you know, if the program exists, then this person will run it, this. But as it stands right now, there's nobody at ACC because we're sheltering in place. The building is empty. There are no kids attending. There's nobody paying any tuition. There's nobody there. It's an empty building. But we are paying everybody as if the building is full and as if every student is attending. And I think that is where that's where the difference is. I encourage everybody. I think it's an unfair question to ask because she is wearing many hats, but that's not an actual hat that she's wearing, because that program doesn't exist right now because there's nobody there. So it's not a hat that she's wearing. But we don't know how it's going to look. And the reason why Anna's position is up for a cut is because there's no job to do, because the building's empty and there's no kids there.
But it's being proposed as a permanent layoff. It's not on the provisional layoff list that is for positions that are due to lack of work. This is a permanent layoff that would continue even if we reopened all of the programs at ACC.
But I think that's the key. I think the key word there is if, because as it stands right now, we don't know if the program is going to be open at all. And I think that, but asking somebody how they're going to perform a job of a job that doesn't exist seems like an unfair question. Like they haven't had time to like analyze.
I want to give clarification to facts so that we can separate facts from fiction.
Yeah.
We have on our restoration list administrators. Under that umbrella, the position can possibly come back. So I just wanted to give that delineation.
Can I jump in, Kim?
Sure, I'd like to, and after you speak, I'd like to give Director Ritchie a chance to speak next after you.
Thank you. So yeah, I have some serious concerns. Frank talking about misinformation and what's factual and what's not. A lot of this confusion might have been caused by your slideshow that Sarah had mentioned, and then to find out that it's been revised. And I asked staff what had been revised and you guys couldn't tell me. And Sarah had to figure that out. It's a lot of miscommunication going on because of the way this whole thing was rolled out.
Okay. I think that I hear that comment and acknowledge that. Unless there's been a technical glitch, I want to go ahead and turn it to Director Ritchie for her comment.
Thank you, President Trutain. Just to be honest, this is my 27th year in the district and have never seen decisions that have had to take place, such as the scope of these. It's all uncharted territory moving forward. And as Superintendent Wells said, we did make the provisions that even administrators under phase 4 could and would and should be returned to many of these positions that are being eliminated now. Moving forward, the scope of Albany Children's Center, of the school age program. Thank you, Vice President Duran, I believe, for making some of the comments, and Trustee Doss, in that if there are fewer students to supervise, if there are other personnel available on that site, for example, to fill some of those needs of a supervisor, then we would certainly deploy and make sure that we're using their talents to the fullest. But right now, moving forward, we don't necessarily have the luxury of making all of these expenditures at the cost of what we're missioned to supply, which is a quality and rigorous TK through 12 program. And so given that we need to move forward and make sure that we are educating all of our TK through 12 students, I do understand that the extra work put on my shoulders means that I have one more teacher in this district or two more teachers in this district that can now educate our students. And I think that that is a very important and a very necessary move forward to, again, maintain the stability of our TK through 12 program.
Okay, board, we still have a few minutes before 11:30 when our meeting is now scheduled to adjourn to end, but we have an entire other resolution ahead of us. Well, actually 2 resolutions ahead of us in our review and action. I think that we should look at the resolution, which is the item before the board, and I will try to provide us with some steps forward. Any board member can motion an amendment to the resolution. And then what we would do as a board is we would vote on that amendment. And then, if if the amendment passes, then we would vote on the resolution with that amendment. If the amendment would fail, then we would vote on the resolution as it stands, unamended.
I have a question. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, we can continue to go through that process. I'm not saying that there can only be just one amendment. Any board member can suggest any amendment that they would like to see. And as long as it gets a second, then it can be discussed and it can be voted on. So we can go through this process, but at the end of the process will be the point where we vote on the resolution with an approved amendment, or we just vote on the resolution unamended as it stands. Okay, so
Somebody can make a motion to table this item as well.
that's true. That's true. We can always, after lengthy discussion, if people feel that there is not adequate information, the board can vote to table the item.
If there was an amendment made to this item, how would we vote on the next item, which is the provisional, which is like the second step to this, because that would most likely change if we had an amendment to this.
Okay, so then we would, if the board felt it necessary, then we would need to further amend the next item if that were necessary.
Okay.
Okay,
I have a question.
go ahead.
Regarding this page specific, no, not regarding this page. The cost of reductions page, which is 22. And specifically the director of Children's Center at $200,000. It's been raised and so I wanted to get a clarification. I believe it was Sarah that spoke about this position in terms of that amount of money, and that in fact, the district would really not be saving that money because that amount of money, because the director's salary comes out of another separate fund. Can either Ms. Kim or Superintendent clarify that, and why this cost, this reduction would result in the 2.3? And if it doesn't, then that changes the bottom line too.
Sure, I can answer that. So before the COVID-19, I understand this is fully funded by ACC funding, but with the COVID-19, since general fund will have to contribute for this program, every single, so this will be the part of general fund contribution. I think that's, right. So before COVID, general fund did not contribute, but with the COVID, or after COVID, general fund has to contribute to the program. So all the cost will be general fund costing now.
But is it specifically
not all the costs, but so any additional cost will be, because we can really reduce the teachers when we have the students, right? Because there's a ratio, right? So this is one of, I guess, teachers first, meaning teacher has to be with the kids, students, and then this will be the additional cost.
but Ms. Kim, so that $2,000 that's shown there for reduction, it has it basically as a salary, correct? The director's salary.
Salary and benefits.
Salary and benefits, right. So, but the reduction was a 10% reduction, correct? In the Children's Center funding?
10%, right, 10% reduction for the future years, 2021. But with the COVID-19, now we cannot have 24 students in one classroom. We will have to have maybe 8 to 12 students. That means we are going to have a lot less families that we can serve. That means a lot less revenues, right? Let's say from 24 students to 12 students, that's already half of our students that we can provide services and we can serve. If it's 8 24 to 8, that means only 1/3 of the families that we can provide services, and we can also collect the fees. So that's where this became financial problem. So that's why the reason is this evening because of these financial issues due to COVID-19. It's really started with the COVID-19. So we cannot foresee.
Can I jump in, Kim?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to table this item for lack of community input. Specifically, that people are not allowed to engage in the meeting through Zoom or over the phone. It was stated earlier that the city council has been doing this for the last few meetings, and that's on the basis that I'm making this request to table it. Hopefully somebody will second it.
I have a question. If we do table it, what does that mean financially in terms of how much money will we be spending if we table it for another week or so? I know that's not that long, but I know it's also a concern.
Tabling for one position or this item itself?
This entire item, the 32.7 FTE.
So easy way to say is if, let's say, maybe simple way, I'm trying to see 2.3 million, that's let's say I'll divide that by 12. So about 200,000, if we don't approve this, about 200,000 monthly cost. So if we move to the next board meeting, which is next month, that means another 200,000.
What if we brought, I'm not directly responding to Jacob's motion, but I think moving forward, we need to assume that the board needs to meet more frequently to bring these back, not that we put them off for 2 to 4 weeks.
I believe HR can maybe chime into this. Is like 60-day notice. So if we don't do it by May, then it's going to be, so May means 60 days, they will still be on a payroll up to July 30th or July 31st. So if we don't do it, then now they are going to be in August 31st. So they will be in our payroll in August. So that's the difference. Whenever we push this item to the next meeting, it will be about 200,000, right, cost.
Can you just clarify, is it 60 days from the day after we vote, or does it have to be the 31st of a month? Like if we voted again in a week, wouldn't the 60 days start then? So it wouldn't be August 31st, it would be August, too late for me to do math, but August
Maybe
6th.
HR can chime in those areas.
It's from the district notice, and the district can't give notice till the board gets authorization.
Yeah,
I understand, but if we were to vote May 29th, for example, rather than tonight, I don't even know what day it is. Does the 60 days start immediately the following day, or is there some particular calendar day of the month?
No particular calendar day. It's based solely on district notification as required by law.
so could we, I mean,
So Sarah, I'm sorry, what might be clearer is if you voted on the 29th, for example, we send out notices within the next 2 days. I think that still covers the month of May. So what you're leaning towards, you're correct.
Well, I know it's late, but I think that we need to hear that a little bit more clearly. And if Marina is still around, and if she wants to also speak on this on this question, that would also be welcome.
So the
Maybe the
60-day
hypothetical is if we voted on June 2nd, which is the next Tuesday, does the 60 days start the following day? Sorry, I interrupted you.
Yes, the 60 days can start the following day. So in your example, if you have another meeting and you vote on June 2nd, We can issue notice on June 3rd, and the 60 days would start on that day.
It sounds fiscally irresponsible while we're sitting here talking about all these cuts to spend more money instead of just taking this time that we have right now to talk about this and ask the questions that we have and get the clarification that we need. It seems fiscally irresponsible while we're sitting here trying to make cuts and all these different people are being affected by what we're doing to lose another $200,000 instead of just talking this out. Let's talk it out. Let's ask the right questions and let's figure this out. Student board members, it is really late. If you guys need to jump off, again, totally understand. But if you're able to stick around and ask, questions, like please do. We want to be respectful of the fact that you guys have other responsibilities. But I think that we owe it to the district that's already losing money. We're already in this pandemic. We can't put this off and cost the district another $200,000 a month. That's fiscally irresponsible when we're talking about these cuts. We got to figure this out. We got 177 emails. We know exactly how the community feels. A majority of people are talking about the before and after school programs and ACC, which we've already clarified is not being cut. We're talking about these positions here that are on the screen. We got to talk this out and figure it out. I'm not saying one way or the other, but I'm saying that we got to ask the right questions and figure this out. We can't keep putting this off and cost the district more money so that we can have more discussions about the district losing money.
I agree.
If we move this meeting and move this decision to the June 2nd meeting, we're not going to be, it's not going to be 200,000 that we're spending unnecessarily. It'll be 45,000 or about 45,000 because that's 2.3 million divided by 52 math. Thanks, teachers of Albany. But I mean, personally, that gives me reason to second the motion to move this to a later meeting because I think that relatively 45,000 is an okay price to pay.
That's somebody's entire yearly salary. $45,000 is an entire yearly salary for somebody. It is fiscally irresponsible to table this and move it to another time. We have to talk about it now. We can't keep wasting money so that we can talk about how we're losing money. We are losing money and we're losing money at a rapid rate. The unemployment rate is higher now than it's ever been. We can't sit here and continue wasting. $45,000 is an entire yearly salary for multiple people in this district.
Okay,
I would like to concur that, could I please speak, Ms. Trutain?
No, I want to break in. We had a motion and we had a second. We passed board bylaw earlier this year that said our student board members have the right to make and second motions. So we have a motion on the floor. We have a legal second for that, and that triggers a roll call.
And it's also irresponsible to make this decision without having the community participating properly.
So
we've had
I'd like to call for a roll call vote now on the motion.
Well, I'd like to respond to that because we've had multiple meetings and I've mentioned that we should have live public comment but now it's more prevalent than the other times. But I think that we have had so many meetings where we haven't had public comment. Like we got to pick and choose. We're kind of picking and choosing. It just seems. I mean, we can just do the vote, but it seems like we're picking and choosing. It also seems like we are specifically talking about one position, but there's multiple positions on this page. But we are specifically focusing our time on one. But there's multiple positions on here, including multiple administrators. But we're focusing a lot of our time talking about one. But it's fine. Let's do the vote.
Mission.
That's what's required.
If you can provide a roll call, please.
Yes, one moment. Student Board Member Mala?
No.
Student Board Member Weinstein?
Yes.
Trustee Doss?
No.
Trustee Hinckley?
No.
President Trutain,
No.
Vice President Duran,
No.
Trustee Clark.
Yes.
Okay, the motion to table the item fails with Student Board Member Weinstein in favor, Student Board Member Malat opposed, Board Member Clark in favor, Board Members Trutain, Duran, Hinckley, and Doss opposed. So that brings us back to the resolution.
Can I, sorry.
Okay, so we can, at this point, we can entertain a amendment to the resolution, and then we'll vote on the amendment. If there are no amendments brought forward, then we vote on the resolution as is. Any question? Go ahead.
I'd like to make an amendment, but I know Clementina had something to say before we move to the vote. So do you want to say, oops, she disappeared from my screen.
Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate that. I've been trying to get a word in. I wanted to go back again to because it's really important if we need to talk really about that position at this moment, the 200,000, because I really need a clarification, because once again, I'm not absolutely sure that the 2,000 as it's shown is simply for one person salary and benefits. But if to the degree that Ocean View continues, be it hybrid form or reduced class size form, it's still going to be, there's still going to be money from the state. And so my question is, are we still saying that it's $2,000 for a position of the director, when in fact the partial funding, if not all of that funding, comes from the state, and the state is still giving money? Is that correct? With a 10% discount, a 10% reduction.
The state is still giving the money with less 10%, but I think the issue is state only, I guess, looking at last year's number, state is only funding about 30% of the program. The rest is the family fees. So the state money is really not enough to cover the programs. So for the program to be self-funded, we need parents' fees to provide the services. So state funding is really about 30%, and now 30% less another 10% of the 30%. Did I answer your question?
No, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm just not understanding, because this focuses on a person's position. It doesn't focus on a cost, other kind of costs or revenue related to ACC. So I guess what I'm thinking is that the 200,000 is misleading, because it's not really the salary originally, and still doesn't come totally from the general fund. It's coming from a state fund. So therefore,
well, maybe I can help out, Vice President Iran. As we look at this this budget moving forward, and anticipating the devastating expenses we have with continual pay, a whole lot of ACC funding would hit the general fund, as illustrated on one of the previous slides that we talked about earlier. And so, as we mentioned before, currently, up until COVID-19, pretty much, that fund was covered, that salary was covered by Fund 12, and that is correct. Moving forward, we're not having enough funds to continue paying staff, and with the anticipation and uncertainties moving forward, this is the staff recommendation after much work. Now, keep in mind, we do have restoration as requested and the levels of restorations as well. And so we hope that's clearer, but we're trying here. But that's what we have before the board tonight.
I'm going to jump in.
Can I make my motion or, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, let me get this out. Okay, so what I'm hearing, Jackie, and I know this is very complicated and I might be oversimplifying, is that this $200,000 for the director's salary and benefits in the past hasn't come from the general fund because the program was fairly self-supporting. But your expectation is that it would come from the general fund for this next year until we return to a more normal situation. And so you're counting it as coming as it would come from the general fund, not in the past, but in the future budget, it would need to come from the general fund. And your justification for that is that we couldn't have as many children in the program, and we couldn't have as many children in the before and after school program. And the before and after school program normally subsidizes the preschool program. And then this, we might even need more staff rather than fewer staff in the future. And the state has reduced some of the funding, which actually ends up being a pretty small amount because we only get 30% of the funding from the state. Is that reasonably accurate?
That is correct. Thank you.
Okay. So that certainly helped me. Trustee Hinckley, would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to move that resolution 2019-2027 be amended to remove the director of the Children's Center from this list. And then you'll have to correct me on phrasing this, but I move we approve it as amended. Or do we just have to vote on amending it and then we vote again?
We will vote on the amendment first. And then if the amendment passes, then we vote on the amended resolution.
Okay.
So your motion would require a second in order to go to vote?
Yeah. Kim?
Yes.
I would like to make an amendment as well, a different one after this.
Okay, let me see. So Sarah's is, her amendment is to remove ACC director from this amendment. And Jacob, your amendment would be?
The restoration in the 4 phases is not in the resolution.
To add the restoration to the resolution.
Correct.
Can we combine those into one amendment? Should I rephrase my amendment to include Jacob's?
I think that would be a friendly amendment. So Jacob, would you be willing to have them combined?
As long as that's okay. I've never experienced this before.
I read up this afternoon. Yeah, I think it is. I think it is allowed. So we have one amendment on the table, which is to remove the ACC director and add the restoration list to the resolution. Okay, we still haven't gotten a second for this motion.
I'll second.
Okay, so now we have, now we'll have a roll call vote on this amendment.
Can we have it clearly stated exactly what we're voting on, please?
Sure. Sarah, would you like to restate, please?
I move that we amend Resolution 2019-2027 to remove the director of the Children's Center from this list and add the list of restoration priorities as included in the presentation tonight.
Okay, I think that's clearly stated. There's been a motion made and seconded. May we have a roll call?
Student Board Member Mala,
Aye.
Student Board Member Weinstein,
Aye.
Trustee Hinckley,
Aye.
President Trutain,
No.
Vice President Duran,
No.
Trustee Clark,
No.
Trustee Doss.
No.
Okay, the amendment fails,
Oh,
which,
the amendment fails?
right, we were voting on the amendment.
I thought we were voting on the item with the amendments.
No, we were just voting on the amendment itself, on whether we want to include that amendment in the resolution.
Thank you.
Okay,
I would like to make an amendment. I would like to add what Jacob mentioned, what Board Member Clark mentioned previously, adding that to the resolution and with everything else remaining the same.
okay. There's a motion on the floor to add the list of restoration priorities as an amendment.
I second that.
Okay, may we have a roll call, please?
Yes, can you give me just one moment? Thank you.
Sure.
Could I have a clarification of that?
Certainly, go ahead. Vice President Durand.
I am asking for a clarification of what we have an amendment to the resolution. Is that correct? To the actual resolution, not an amendment to an amendment?
No, this is, that one failed. So this is just an amendment to the resolution to add.
I believe it's a restoration.
To add the restoration to the resolution, which that's my requested amendment. And then I got a second from Jacob, from Board Member Clark.
Okay, so Clementina, is it clear to you?
Yes.
This is this is a simple amendment. We're just voting on whether we would like to include the prioritized restoration list to this resolution. Okay, Ms. Shen, are you ready to perform a roll call?
Yes. Student Board Member Mala,
Yes.
Student Board Member Weinstein,
Yes.
President Trutain,
Yes.
Vice President Duran,
Yes.
Trustee Clark,
Yes.
Trustee Doss,
Yes.
Trustee Hinckley.
No.
Okay, the motion passes with our student advisory votes both yes, with Trustee Clark, Trutain, Durand, and Doss voting in favor, Trustee Hinckley opposed. So now we come to, we will vote next on the resolution itself, which now includes the amendment. The amendment is the inclusion of the prioritized restoration list.
Can I make an amendment? Last time I'll talk about this before we actually vote on the resolution. Just one
Okay,
more.
we have one passed amendment. We'll entertain your motion for an additional amendment,
Okay.
as long as it's a different thing.
Yes, it is a different thing. So earlier I had brought up how there's about 24 of the FTE here out of the 33 about that are in special ed or are in paraeducators. And I think that's a huge mistake. And I recognize that we are under this crisis, and I've been here for all of these meetings. I see that. And I also think that we need to put more consideration into what it is that we're cutting with those 24 paraeducators. And so I think, I don't know, I'd like to first, there was many letters that we were actually able to read, and I know we're pressed for time, but I just wanted to talk about a couple of them because I think there were so many parents who didn't actually, who are very concerned and are probably watching this meeting, and we're speaking on the educator cuts. And some of those quotes were, our children need ongoing assistance in a variety of areas. And when not involved with teacher-led instruction, it is only the paras who can make this work. Another one that I thought was really moving was the fact is that they were born with less tools, meaning students who have special needs, to succeed in the way that our society defines success. Are they able to contribute to community and society in a meaningful way? With the right support, they absolutely can. In fact, they can make us all better. Without the right support, however, that won't happen. And these are both quotes from parents of students with special needs. And I think we were focusing a lot on ACC, and I think that was really, really important for us to do. And I also just think there are 24 positions here that none of us want to cut, obviously, but I would like to make an amendment that we reduce that 24, or it's 24.13 to and take that down 5 FTE to 19.13, because I think that 24 paraeducators being lost is just such a huge loss for our students with special needs that are just being really, really hit by this pandemic. And that like we all know, and I know nobody wants to do this, I'm aware of that, but there are students who are going to come back, and there's going to be an entire year, half of year, who will not have gotten that support. And it's going to have a long-lasting impact. And I think cutting 24 paraeducators in the face of all of this is just a huge mistake. And so I'd like to make an amendment to reduce that from 24.13 to 19.13.
I think it's important to address what was just said too. Like I definitely, if anybody wants to cut me off and give a second, go for it. But while we're waiting on the second, I think it's important to address what was just said. Can the director or superintendent, can you address those concerns directly and let us know that if these cuts happen, is this going to prevent students in the special education department from receiving the services that they are required to receive by law?
Certainly. So just to start, Board Member Weinstein, remember it has to equal 2.3 million regardless. And so if you're cutting from another area to reinstate some of the paraeducators, then I think that also has to come next, because we were very thoughtful in thinking through which cuts needed to occur to get to that 2.3 million. And then we were also extremely diligent in making sure that the paraeducators would be phased in immediately upon any further income coming in. And then to respond to Trustee Doss, we are under federal obligations to ensure that our students can access the general education curriculum. And we do a very thorough job of making sure that the IEPs are written so that we do have ample para support. And if a student does require additional para support, then we are certainly obligated to provide that. And so moving forward, I mentioned this as well, it's going to be, I think, our due diligence to audit the IEPs that we do have, not just for the distance learning, but in general to make sure that we are deploying our paras strategically so that we have ample support, again, so our students can access and be successful in the general education curriculum. bottom line is if a student does need a para to access, we are obligated to make sure that that is included in their IEP.
Yeah, I second Michaela's motion.
Okay, that second brings this to a roll call vote. Ms. Shen, can you do it again, please?
This is to further amend the resolution to reduce 24.132 FTE and take it down to 19 point. What was the final number?
No,
19.13.
Thank you.
no, it started out at 34. She wasn't asking for 15 to be taken off.
I was asking for 5 less
From
para.
24 to 19, correct?
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's,
Okay.
it's 34, isn't it?
No, right now it's 24 para
Oh,
educators.
sorry. Just on the- sorry.
Okay, thank you. Student Board Member Mala.
Yes.
Student Board Member Weinstein.
Yes.
Vice President Duran.
No.
Trustee Clark.
Yes.
Trustee Doss.
No.
Trustee Hinckley. I'm sorry, can you repeat?
No.
Thank you. President Chutang?
No. So the motion fails with both student board members voting yes. Trustee Clark voting yes. And Trustee Doss, Hinckley, Duran, and Trutain voting no. Okay. So I will go ahead and move that that we approve resolution 2019-20-27, amended to include the restoration priority list.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Ms. Shen, can you provide a roll call vote, please?
Student Board Member Mala.
No.
Student Board Member Weinstein.
No.
Trustee Clark.
No, and I hope everybody remembers this vote for a long time.
Trustee Doss.
Yes.
Trustee Hinckley.
No.
President Chutang.
Yes.
Vice President Duran.
Yes.
The motion passes the resolution with the amendment of adding the restoration priority list to the resolution. Our student board members were both opposed. Board Member Hinckley and Board Member Clark were opposed. Board members Doss, Duran, and Trutain were in favor.
Can I make a comment and a request from staff?
Go
Is
ahead.
it okay?
Sure.
So I made that motion to remove the director of the ACC because I don't believe that we have clarity or transparency about what the district intends to do with those programs or what the actual financial situation of ACC is. So I would like to ask staff to provide the board with a full analysis of the future of ACC programs that includes details about the state subsidy and what will happen to them and how many of our students receive those subsidies, and a fully developed proposal for the future of ACC that is clear and transparent about its actual financial status on its own. And I want it presented to the board because my vote was driven by my belief that we are actually taking the first step toward dismantling those public programs and essentially privatizing the only publicly subsidized program for preschool and after-school care in Albany. And I want to ensure that if that is the intent, that that comes before the board in a very detailed form very quickly.
Superintendent Wells,
Um,
can you respond?
I respect Trustee Hinckley's request, her request as a board member, and I also want to know the role of the board, given the other challenges we have immediately. So when we say quickly, do we mean by Friday, or do we mean by the end of the year? I think that's a fair request. I just want people to understand that the task that the district office is also. I just need clarification what quickly means.
Sure. So in the same vein that we discussed earlier, the board's involvement in making decisions about the return to school in the fall, needing to happen in June, I want to ensure that any decisions that affect the future of ACC programs are brought to the board with a fully fleshed out proposal in full transparency in June. And that decisions are not made about eliminating those programs without adequate public input, a detailed financial analysis, and that there aren't other decisions being made that undermine the future of that program outside the board's purview, since I think we've just made a decision that opens up that possibility.
Got it.
Okay, so board, I need a motion to extend the meeting. We're at 11:56 now. We have 2 more items.
I'll make a motion to extend for 5 minutes.
I think it's going to take longer than that.
I will move that we extend to 12:30 tomorrow.
Oh, that's right, tomorrow.
Tomorrow, okay. Board Member Weinstein seconds. You second the extension to 12:30?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, we need a roll call vote on this as well.
Student Board Member Mala,
Yes.
Student Board Member Weinstein,
Yes.
Trustee Doss,
Yes.
Trustee Hinckley,
Yes.
President Trutain,
Yes.
Vice President Duran,
Yes.
Trustee Clark.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we're extended to 12:30 then. Thank you very much, board. We move to action item 12-2, resolution 2019-20-28, reduction of classified services. Superintendent Wells.
Thank you. As we are in the process of pulling that up on the screen. Okay, keep going. Don't need to back up, need the other piece, the PowerPoint. Okay, before you have part 2, provisional layoffs, we spoke at length this evening. Is it morning yet? About the impact of COVID, and these are provisional, meaning that if there's no work, if schools are closed, to take effect in, it's getting late and I'm getting my days mixed up, and this is a 60-day notice. If schools open, we plan to bring most of these positions back. And so keep going.
Hey, can I jump in real quick, Kim? It's really important.
Yes, please.
I'm gonna have to recuse myself from this discussion and this vote because I have a family member who's part of this list.
I understand that. That's very appropriate. Thank you, Trustee Clark, for letting us know.
Sorry to interrupt. I should have said it earlier.
Go right ahead. Yeah, thank you.
And so President Tuchain, the slide speaks for itself. COVID-19 closed schools and significantly reduced the need for services. The current budget crisis may prevent us from continuing with some programs because there is not much of a need when schools are closed, i.e. security during the day for our schools when they're closed. We cannot pay employees when there is no work or a significant reduction in services. And we should know if schools are opening on or before July 31st, at least have a good indication of whether or not we're headed in that path and whether or not we're going to use the hybrid approach, extended learning, or post-COVID with some cautionary measures. We require to provide 60-day notice if we plan on laying employees off. They have a right to 60-day notice as required by law. Layoffs will take effect July 31st. We're hoping that we're getting some relief from the feds by then. As I mentioned before, we can't make decisions based on the hope. We have to have the money, the funds in hand in order to prevent this from occurring. And so those are the provisional layoffs reasons moving forward. Next slide. And here's the list of provisional layoffs. I think it's on a couple of slides. I wish it could be bigger. I'm not sure. President Tutain and trustees, can you see that? Oh, you saw the backup. Okay. Next slide. And then the final slide. And that's where we are with the questions. We have 88.38. These are provisionals. And it's based on a reduction of need for services.
Can we ask questions?
Okay, yes, certainly. So this is the right time, board members, to ask any questions or comments you might have before we get to public comment.
So on a couple things on the list. So the first page or the first, everyone on that first slide, the reason given is lack of funds rather than lack of work. And then the second page is lack of work. So if you could clarify what that distinction is. And secondly, if you could provide some clarity about whether this, so for example, for the Children's Center and for the cafeteria, is this all of the positions, most of the positions? Does this assume that nothing reopens? If there is some services at ACC, for example, we have state contracts that require us to provide services. Does this, just I guess a little bit more information about what does this set of staff represent in relationship to the full staff and to our capacity to deliver some level of program that we know we're going to have to do? And also, please explain the distinction between lack of funds and lack of work.
Thank you for that, Trustee Hinckley. Those are fair questions. I'm going to turn this over to our Chief Personnel Person, Marina Gonzalez.
Hi. So yes, so this is a long list, and you can see that they are these classifications are grouped by fund. So I think of this resolution and this list of classifications as, like it says in the title, provisional pending the reopening of schools of our TK-12 program or our program or other programs such as the Children's Center. And that's because we just don't know when and how we will reopen. And we don't know when we do reopen, even if we, have kids back in classrooms, what that will look like, if it'll be hybrid, to what extent we will need all of these classifications. And so the intent is to issue notice so that folks are provided the 60 days to which they will continue receiving pay. And then in hopes that by the conclusion of the 60 days, we will have more information about how we will reopen schools and programs and what our needs will be. And like everybody, I think I'm holding out hope that everything's going to come back to normal, but it might not be, but we're going to hold out hope for that so that we can restore all of these positions. So in terms of the way they're grouped and the reason, the first section is the Children's Center. The Children's Center, I think that it could possibly, one could say that it's lack of work because the program is not open. But I listed it as lack of funds because this program relies on tuition. And if the program is not operating, then there is no incoming tuition. And in terms of the state contracts that we receive, those are contracts for subsidizing families that require subsidy. And so in order to earn those subsidies, students need to be in attendance. And the state has not released any information about how to earn that attendance for those contracts. And so until we have more information about how to secure incoming funds, then it stands to reason that we have no funds. And so that's why the reason is listed as lack of funds. I hope that answers your question there.
Partly. So is the state
And
is
for
this
the and so at the Children's Center, these are all of the classifications for the Children's Center program until we know more about how it will return. So this is all classifications. For the cafeteria fund operates in a similar fashion. So they receive revenue from reimbursement rates for the meals that they serve, but also receive quite a bit of funding from parent paid, paying for meals. And so the cafeteria, this year, when they shut down, their program was reduced significantly. And so currently they're serving maybe 200 meals a day for 200 students. And so for that reason, their reimbursements have been greatly reduced and they have no incoming revenue from parents paying for meals. But 100% of the staff is still on the payroll. And it's totally understandable for this year, given what we've gone through, but I think this was said earlier by Dr. Wells, that next year we don't have the same executive order from the governor saying that we are to continue paying folks even if they're not working. So in this program, it does not include all classifications to be reduced. There will still be 4 members of the cafeteria program scheduled to return in the fall, because as we know, even with school closures, we do have an obligation to continue serving meals. And so those 4 staff members would stay on to continue running that program. But until we know more about what our needs will be, then the reduction is to reduce these classifications due to a lack of funds. Can we go to the next slide? In this section here is all of the classifications that are funded through the general fund. And these are, again, I want to remind everyone that this is just because we don't know how school will reopen. And so until we know that these positions are necessary I should back up. These positions report to the site and they provide services on site. And some of these positions, since schools have closed, some of the work that they normally would do has not been necessary. And in other areas, it has been significantly reduced. And so until we know that we will need these positions back on campus, or even if the position maybe in the fall is working remotely, but until we know exactly what that need will be, even from a remote working environment, then we are recommending to reduce these classifications due to lack of work. And I hope that answers your question.
Can I ask one quick follow-up? So what about for the aquatic center? Are there other staff at the pool that are not on this list?
So, so at the aquatic center, most of their employees are paid on an hourly basis. So they wouldn't be reflected here because it's not an FTE position. There are 2 FTE positions at the aquatic center. One is the director of the aquatic center / facilities use coordinator for the entire district. And then the second is the aquatic center specialist, which you see listed here. And so on this list is 1 FTE from the aquatic center.
Can you clarify what the other position was and why they wouldn't be on this list?
The other position?
The aquatic, the first one you said, the aquatic center director.
Yes, so there is another FTE assigned to the aquatic center split actually. So it's the director of the aquatic center, but the other part of that role is to provide the facilities maintenance, the coordination of facilities rental use across the district. So it's sort of split. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Well, it brings a question to my mind, which is certainly renting facilities is not something that we're planning on doing in the near future. So what is, so I might have misunderstood. Did you say that that person is being kept on and not being reduced?
Yes, that is correct at this time. Did you want to say something, Jackie?
Sure, so I can add a few things. So she is coming to the pool, checking the pool, I guess the I guess there is a pool like pH something in the pool. Need to make sure that pool water is clean enough. So I think she is also doing the facility and the custodial work for the pool. So she's coming to the pool, making sure the pool water is still there, like clean enough for the healthy and safety wise. So she has been reporting to the work. I think that's what we know. And then she has been working with the contract, with the vendors. So that's what she has been working on. And also there's a lot of equipment. She's making sure that equipment is running, because once we stop the equipment, it's gonna cost more. So it's interesting that even though pool has been closed, we just see some savings in utilities. We still have a lot of utility bills going towards the pool, only because the pool is still, the water is there.
Thank you. Okay, I invite any other members of the board to have any questions or comments about this list. I want to remind the board that we also have 22 pages of comment on this item, and we're going to need to read those comments aloud. They, on the whole, they look they look like very, very short emails.
I have a question about if you can scroll up a little bit to the cafeteria staff. I'm wondering why anybody from the cafeteria is on the list, just because we're still serving food for students at every site. And so I'm wondering why, because it's a big task. And I remember earlier there was kind of a call for like volunteers to come and help like serve food and things like that. So I'm wondering why we were doing that versus just keeping on the staff to serve the food.
I'll speak to that. So you're right. The cafeteria is still serving meals. They are serving, last report was that they were serving breakfast and lunch. So 2 meals a day for up to 200 students per day, 7 days a week. So on Fridays, they provide food, for over the weekend. So at that rate, currently, the chef is utilizing, of her entire staff that are able to report to work, she has them actually on a rotating schedule to where she is staffed about 5 people per day, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And then they alternate weeks with another group that works Monday, Wednesday, Friday. If you think about that in terms of labor hours, 5 people working 3 days a week, something like, off the top of my head, like 75 hours, right? And when I spoke with her, she said in order to continue running that program the way it is now, assuming we were in remote learning in the fall, assuming we're in remote learning and we just need to serve meals, what she would need was about 24 hours of labor a day to provide that same service. And so that's why we retained 3 of the cafeteria staff plus the chef in order to ensure that the program that they're running now could continue running exactly the way it is in the fall until we reopen or know more about what our needs are for serving more than 200 meals a day. Does that answer your question?
Yep.
I have a question for the superintendent. If at the end of July, we are able to, at a minimum, go to some kind of hybrid learning, will that automatically return most, if not all, of the provisional layoff list of folks we have here? I mean, I understand that hybrid could look different in different places. So I'm just kind of asking a general question about these employees, and so that they could kind of have an idea, if this goes ahead, that at what point might they be looking to return to provide services?
We intend to bring most back if we go to hybrid, and we should be able to bring the overwhelming majority back if we go full learning post-COVID, pre-COVID, the way we were pre-COVID, with some cautionary measures in place. So it really depends on the need. So if we open up schools, we're going to need many of them back immediately. And it depends on how we open the school, how much we would need. For example, independent of how much we open school, if we go hybrid at minimum, we're going to need our building folks. Our custodians, for example, would need to come back once the buildings are open.
It seems to me that we'd need a whole lot more people, many of these people, if we go hybrid and the buildings are open and we are seeing some students. I'm not saying 100% of the students on any given day, but just some students. That seems that requires many of these services, if not most of these services.
I think almost all. I don't.
Correct. And
you're
so, yeah, but I wasn't, that's not what I heard from you. You said some of them would come back and then most of them would come back if the school was open again.
My apologies for that. Once the school is open, we plan on bringing folks back.
Hybrid at all?
Whether it's hybrid or, because if it's hybrid, you still need cleaning services at the highest level. And as I think more about it, Vice President Duran, is that I was thinking, oh, when it opened hybrid, but we need more services because of the additional cleaning and sanitation we have to do. So we would need to bring everybody back in the custodian ranks, whether it's hybrid or full-time, or full school.
But besides the custodians, what about some of the secretaries? If you're having students at the school sites, wouldn't you automatically have the secretaries, the clerks, the campus supervisors, a number of these positions, right? Including, of course, the Children's Center as well.
Absolutely.
Right? If we are able to open.
That's correct.
Would you be able to put a figure on if it's hybrid? I don't know if this is fair to ask you, just because we really don't know, but say we were able to go to hybrid of all these positions, would it be 80%, 90% back under hybrid?
Here's what I'm anticipating. If we go hybrid, I'm anticipating we would probably go 90+% or close to it. And once we have revenues coming in and have work for folks, we want to get people back to work sooner, not later.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, further questions from the board before we get to public comment?
I have one other question. For the Children's Center, I know there's this sort of 60-day decision period to July 31st, but the state is paying our contracts through June 30th with the idea that the staff at the Children's Center are still on payroll. So what communications have happened about the state contracts that would start July 1st? And the this is tied to the governor's allowing reopening of childcare centers, but how is the planning moving forward for talking with the state about what preschool and state funding looks like in July 1st when those contracts renew? I guess my concern is the state sees this list and has the same concern that many of us have, that this is the end of the Children's Center. So can you talk a little bit about, and I know I've already asked for a detailed report on this in June, but can you talk about just the piece around the implications of the state contracts that are going to start July 1st if we have a whole list of staff that has been noticed for layoff, all of the staff?
Well, that's an interesting question because it's a question that's not answered as folks are trying to negotiate educational groups, including one of my organizations, AXA, about before school, after school, and preschool and early childhood programs, what ifs. And so people at the state are working with what ifs. And so if your question is how are we going to communicate that to the staff, I think we have to share what we know with the staff. But if you're asking, will it have an impact or a disruption to the money that we're getting, we're asking that we be held harmless. And I don't know whether or not that has gone through yet. I'm checking with a number of other programs weekly, but I can inquire as soon as tomorrow morning about where we at with the state about being held harmless because we are not unique in this scenario. We have partners up and down the state.
Can you just define what being held harmless means?
That we're asking for them to fund us fully, whether we have kids or not, like they did with ADA restrictions this year for our schools. They lifted that rule and gave us full funding. We're asking for the same thing for all of our programs, before school, after school, and our state programs. And we don't have a word on that yet, but we're hoping we can get that because of pandemic.
So if we were to get that state funding held harmless for the number of kids that were funded to serve July 1st, we would be able to keep some staff even if we're not reopened, or because they would probably require us to use that money for salaries, right?
Yeah, and the operative word is if. And so the governor made decisions on a number of other programs, but that's the one, the preschool programs, the early preschool program is what makes us a little nervous because we don't have a full commitment yet. And that was rather surprising. And that's why it was a talk of the state about preschool. Because there's not a commitment as of yet that I know of, but I would check tomorrow morning.
Okay, I'd like to ask if we can move on to public comment. And if we can go through our public comment in the same way that we did previously, where we, each board member will take one comment. Given that most of these look very short to me, I'll take the first one and time myself. And then hopefully the rest will be under a minute. My name is Vahida. You can see it there, Valentiniya. I've been working at Albany Children's Center as a paraeducator for over 8 years. Albany Children's Center provides educational programs and physical activities to preschool children, kindergarten, and school age from 7:30 to 6 p.m. This is the program which every day some of the kids do not like to leave school after a long day. This is the program that every day parents drop their kids off in a center where flourish their kids' abilities. It mostly benefits low-income families who are immigrant families that cannot afford private childcare. It is crucial for these children to learn English at this center before starting formal school, as it levels the playing field for them and with regards to their future achievements. There are many applicant families for this program, such that there's always a long waiting list. I'm going to give myself a few more minutes seconds because I fumbled so much at the beginning. This program is very much needed by the community. The families have always expressed their great satisfaction and gratitude with the child care service provided them, and their encouragement has always led to constantly improving the program. Okay. Here we go.
Okay, I would like to ask you to please take a moment to realize you cannot pass this without knowing more, without more research, and without at least looking at other ideas. You have to take into consideration the impact this will have on the children, the parents, the staff, both directly and indirectly, the community and the schools. We have state contracts that provide low-income families with support. No other program in Albany does this. We have obligations to the families of Albany, the county, and the state. We are also an essential part of this community. The ACC is self-sufficient, plus we pay into the general fund. The ACC provides so many early interventions and support. The after-school programs support the schools with continued learning, homework help, socialization skills, empowerment, and safe places for children to continue all this. We strive to provide equity throughout our programs to ensure every child is healthy, happy, and thriving. Please, I ask you to take the time to really research this before destroying a department that has survived and been essential for 76 years. So this is, of course, I don't think the children's Child Center has been indicated here, but this is what she is obviously referring to. Thank you, Renee Howley, CSEA President, parent, Albany resident, and staff.
Trustee Doss, can you read this one?
Sure. Leslie Littleton. I am one of many parents where Albany Unified School District is out of compliance and has failed to implement our child teens IEP. This is pre-COVID. Therefore, attempting to eliminate aides and resource teachers is in essence failing to educate our kids, which is a violation of the federal statute IDEA and the California Education Code. Our students are entitled to FAPE, and you need to ensure that you have appropriate staff to implement our children's education and services. Elimination of staff is unacceptable. Respectfully, Leslie Littleton, parent of 2 special education students.
Okay. Then this would go next to Trustee Hinckley.
Tina Leone. Hello, I have heard there is a vote to close Albany Children's Center, and I would like to ask you to kindly vote no. Please keep this school open. Our daughter attended this school and learned a great deal. Affordable, quality early childhood education for local families is a necessity, not an extra. The loss of this school is the last thing families need at this time. Thank you.
Board Member Weinstein. I'm not sure if our student board members are.
I can do it.
Go ahead. Yeah.
It seems unlikely we can offer in-person education in Albany this fall in a safe, responsible way without testing or vaccine in place. Assuming schools will be closed and classes online, please consider opening school property and/or fields for club meetings and sport workouts that can be held in a safe way. Students can attend classes online, but what they need socially is an opportunity to meet with students in their chosen clubs and sports. If the schools and fields are only open for clubs and sports, it seems that a schedule can be made to accommodate these groups on different days and times so the gathering is safe for everyone, yet provides an opportunity to gather for a common purpose outside of academic activities. Best, Elizabeth Friedman Branagh.
I'm sorry, this probably should have been on matters not on the agenda. Go ahead.
Please do not close the Albany Children's Center. My daughter went there and it was one of the best experiences of her life. We need it in our community. From Jason Williams. Did I read this one as well?
Sure, go ahead.
From Maggie Shepard. To the school board, this pandemic crisis is fraught with unknowns. There is one known, however, that is undeniable. Our children's well-being should come first. They need care more than ever during these trying times. Please do not approve Resolution 2019-2028. Maggie Shepard.
I think this comes back to me. Katie Smith. I live across the street from ACC on Jackson Street. I oppose shutting down ACC for many reasons, but most certainly under these circumstances where you sneak it in after a holiday weekend with almost no public notice. ACC is a special and utterly fantastic school serving hundreds of children every year. With parents preparing to return to the workplace, schools like ACC are even more important. Don't cut ACC out of the AUSD family. Work with ACC. It serves families and provides the proper learning foundation for our children as they grow into elementary and middle schools. Thank you.
Dear Albany School Board, my name is Dan Nakahara, and I am the parent of 3 children in Albany schools, one of whom is a special needs student in Albany Middle School. I am voicing my strong concern over the proposed cuts to the pool of special education paraeducators. I would like to remind the board that paraeducators are critical to the success of special needs students, and in the current situation, paraeducators are more important than ever. First, I would like to say that I understand that we are facing an unprecedented situation regarding the upcoming budget, and I do understand that difficult cuts are necessary. Shelter in place has been disruptive to learning for many students, but for special needs students, the disruption has been disproportionate. The classroom, campus, peer interaction schedule, materials, and tools are at the very core of the lessons for special needs students. While a shift to more self-study and group Zoom lessons may be a reasonable stopgap for many students, they are not for special needs students. Special needs students need additional support to access education during this time. One thing that can be done is more individual paraeducator time. In addition, when children do return to school, there will be new rules and behavior norms to adjust to, such as wearing masks. Paraeducators will be a critical support to ensure that special needs students learn and follow these rules to keep all students safe. I would also like to express my disappointment at the reactionary and biased nature of the proposed cuts to special education. All too often, it seems that special education is the first place to look when the budget gets tight. I find this particularly risky given the legal liability that can occur when special education is threatened. Thank you for your attention.
As the parent of former ACC students, I am overwhelmed with disbelief and disappointment that the AUSD school board would consider the elimination of the preschool, after school, and other support programs that compromise this jewel of an institution. The ACC has been operating for over 70 years, providing enrichment and socialization skills that our family considered critical to the development of our children. In our preschool years, they were prepared spectacularly for kindergarten. Later during their elementary years, our children were engaged and supported in the after school care programs. I am certain that my children's educational experience would have suffered had they not be privy to this support. Knowing this and seeing its results reflected in my children, the idea of the complete elimination of these programs for upcoming students and their families is unconscionable. In this time of extreme social distress, where parents and families are struggling to find their way, losing a rock upon which they can rest their concerns for their children will have a devastating effect. We must find a way. We must find a better way. Our community deserves it and needs it. Please tell us, what is the board's plan going forward? What provision does the board have for the promised support of our community is looking for? Sincerely, William Whitaker.
Good evening. My family and I recently moved to Albany, and our daughter was admitted to the Albany Children's Center. We unenrolled her out of her current preschool in anticipation of transitioning her into her new school. We were all very excited. However, under this resolution, my daughter and many other children will be without a school. The burden of this layoff is huge. Parents no longer have childcare, children no longer have a school to attend, teachers no longer have employment. The first 5 years are crucial in child development. Preschool-age children deserve an education. They deserve a school. They deserve teachers to help build their educational foundation both socially and academically. This school closure denies children access to what they deserve. What a shame. The effects will be felt. Pre-K prepares students for kindergarten. There will be discrepancies in student preparation based on who has access to preschool and who doesn't. Have members of the board done everything they can to advocate for teachers and students? Have you called Congress members? Please don't be passive. Fight, claw, demand, keep our schools open. Respectfully, Evan Pippin.
Student Board Member. See? Student Board Member Malal, you want to take this one?
Sure. Albany Board of Education, I respectfully request the board answer the following questions. Agenda item 3.12.2 appears to eliminate the special ed preschool class at the Albany Children's Center, including laying off the early childhood instructor and para educators. Federal and state law require that, beginning at age 3, local school districts provide qualifying special education students with a school program. Given that it is cutting its preschool programs, how will AUSD serve these students as legally required? If the district plans to send its sped preschoolers to Berkeley or another neighboring school district, how much will that cost the AUSD? In other words, how much will the district actually save by eliminating the ACC sped preschool class? And to what cost to preschoolers and their families? I recommend the board table this resolution until these questions are fully addressed. Sincerely, Julie Paulson.
Is it appropriate for the superintendent or Director Ritchie to address these questions before we go on to another letter?
We can ask that. Superintendent Wells or Director Ritchie, this letter speaks of legal requirements for a special ed preschool class.
We are going to maintain that special education preschool class. That's our due diligence. That program would not be eliminated.
Thank you, Director Ritchie. Okay. So student board member.
Dear board members, as a longtime teacher for this community and part of Albany community, I would like to bring a few points to your attention. Albany community is a small, unique community. Many families chose this city for the school services, especially preschool program that will help to build a safety zone and comfort for many parents of this community, which is the foundation of education for anyone they have become dependent on this service for 76 years. Many generations have gone through this system. By considering or thinking to eliminate this part of the school system for the whole package, you will drive many ACC families out of Albany and exclude them out of the school system. As we all know, many of us make many sacrifices because of our children. This impact will be significant beyond the school system, and it will impact the whole community. Thank you for considering my words. Shadi Hajian.
I am the parent of a kindergartner at Marin. The before and after school care provided by Albany Children's Center at Marin and other elementary schools is an absolutely vital resource. This is especially true for parents who face financial challenges. For families where parents are working full-time in education or otherwise unable to physically provide supervision outside of official school class times, there is little other option. Empowering the services provided by Albany Children's Center is vital to ensure the success of children and families who are in need. Making cuts here is dangerous and will have implications that run far into the future. Kids need stimulation and supervision. Having on-site before-after care that delivers educational and emotional support is an incredible resource. Please do all you can to ensure that the staff and services of the Albany Children's Center are protected. While with many families unable to provide or afford additional services, the cost of losing the staff and services of Albany Children's Center is difficult to overstate. The kids and families need this resource. Please invest in the people, services, and facilities that make this possible. Many thanks, Simon Campbell.
Indeed, I think that it hasn't been done already. The faculty of schools in the immediate vicinity, such as Marin, should be consulted with regarding this action. I think in particular, the teachers and faculty for the earlier grade levels of the elementary school campuses may have significant dialogue to contribute during this process. The civilian demographic in the area comprised of individuals who will need early childhood daycare services in order to work, bring home food, etc., will be grateful in knowing that the utmost consideration was applied here. Thank you. Best regards, Kerrigan, AC. Atticott case.
I understand that in these times, heartbreaking decisions must be made, but I would like to fervently plead with the board to save Albany Children's Center, a passionately loved institution in our community for over 3/4 of a century, which has enabled parents to work with peace of mind, knowing that their children were happy and learning, and which has graduated many outstanding future business people, community leaders, and scholars. The center has been nurtured by the hard work, vision, and love of many over the years and should not be tossed aside. As an advocate for high quality early childhood education, I could write encyclopedias on the value of high quality early childhood education to individual children and to society, stressing how it helps children grow up to be empathetic, well rounded, and productive lifelong learners who make the world a better place. I could stress our society's moral duty to make sure that all children receive what is their birthright. I could talk about the community goodwill and pride that is built when parents feel supported by the district even before their children are school age. However, in this time of crisis, I will focus on the financial benefits of supporting high quality early childhood care and education. Study after study has shown that every dollar invested in early childhood education yields returns of many dollars. The most important point to understand in this crisis is that any money that is saved by closing the Children's Center will end up costing the district because children entering kindergarten will be less prepared. For all children, the social and emotional skills they develop in a high quality preschool program such as Albany Children's Center offers will help them succeed in school without requiring expensive special services. For children whose home language is not English, the early exposure to English will help them get ready to learn in an English speaking classroom. For children with special needs, early intervention is more effective than later intervention and will not only help these children to reach their full potential, but also can result in a need for fewer services in the K through 12 years. Please don't make a hasty decision that will destroy something irreplaceable or infinitely precious. Vote no on agenda item 12.2. Sincerely, Susan Stronger.
Hello, Albany School Board members. I just heard about the meeting to discuss the Children's Center and was saddened to hear that an institution I remember so fondly may close its doors and no longer be available to future students. A decade ago, when I was in my senior year in high school, I assume, I helped out in one of the classrooms and was able to see firsthand how the environment and the teachers fostered a genuine curiosity and love of learning in the 4-year-olds I worked with. Many pleasant memories come to mind when I think of my time at the Children's Center. One in particular that I think of with a smile is of a time I sat with some of the kids beside a laminated poster of the solar system, while the kids excitedly asked me questions about the sun and planets. How big was the sun? Bigger than a school bus? Bigger than a house? How far away was Jupiter? Had mommy ever been there? I had the great pleasure of being a part of introducing these young kids to the solar system, and while they couldn't fully grasp the answers to their questions, the questions were their own and they were enthralled by the answers. I truly believe that those children were given something special at the Children's Center, a chance to learn and play and be curious with the structure to prepare them for kindergarten, but the freedom to be themselves. Research shows that the education young children receive plays a large part in how successful they are in school as they grow older, and even impacts the income they earn throughout their lives. It would be a substantial loss to the community if it were to lose this place where kids have the opportunity to lay the foundation for better lives. I understand these are difficult times and compromises must be made, but we can't sacrifice the education and well-being of the next generation. Giving our children the best shot at thriving in the rough years to follow should be our #1 priority. The pandemic will pass and financial debts will be paid off, but our children will never have another chance to be 4 years old and learn how to ask questions about the world. Our country needs scientists and leaders now more than ever, and we need to do everything we can to ensure that the next generation is equipped to be the leaders we need. Sincerely, Hannah Strong.
Hi, my name is Brian Juarez, and I'm a Marin Elementary alum who graduated in 2007. I am deeply disappointed to hear that the Albany School Board is considering to eliminate all jobs related to Albany's early care and education program. As a recent graduate of the University of Michigan, I can confidently say my academic successes were largely due to the tireless support of my teachers at Albany Unified, including that of my after-school teachers while attending Marin. They never ceased to provide me and my family with the comfort and security that fostered my academic success, and I believe for that reason that it is our responsibility to provide for them during these difficult and uncertain times. I hope you will recognize the importance of our teachers, if not for their security, then for the security of our children. Thanks, Brian Forrest.
The announcement on the Saturday of a 3-day weekend that the board intends to consider at a meeting following that 3-day weekend the closure of its preschool services and after-school programs, resolution number 2019-2028, is a violation of the public's right to know and to comment on a significant decision affecting the families of the Albany community, particularly because such action affects the special needs and low income, including homeless families of the community. I urge you to refrain from taking this action at this time and to table consideration of the resolution until after those community members affected by such a drastic action have full opportunity.
I urge the board to look at the broader picture of where the money is being taken from. This is a one-sided narrative suggesting that in order to save money, we need to cut most of the special education department. The children that would be affected by this are our most vulnerable population, and the employees affected are our least paid staff. These student and staff should be the first ones back to the school to make up for all the lost time. The students affected by this have legal documents called IEPs in which they are given resources like paras to work with them. You could be facing many lawsuits by cutting support to families who have IEPs. We have staff that are not working with students that are making $230,000 plus a year. The average paraeducator makes $20,000 a year. That's almost 12 households in one individual salary. This is our livelihood, and we do it because we are loyal, dedicated, and passionate about supporting students who need advocates and deserve the best public education they can get. Deeming these students' educational resources non-essential is a convenient, illegal scapegoat instead of being creative with our spending. Thank you, Alice Zapita.
Dear Dr. Wells, and
the next one, maybe we can.
I'm sorry?
This one is quite long.
Okay. Can I see the top? Okay. Thank you. Dear Dr. Wells and the AUSD School Board, my name is Tedra Grogans, and I am one of the counselors at Albany High. I'm reaching out in response to the Secretary and Career Coordinator cuts. Please note that all secretaries are the backbones of our offices, and without them, things would not run smoothly at all, especially if we are out in the fall. It is also important to know that all secretaries and the career coordinator have been working while we were out on SIP. I would also like to list a few key components to the positions that are slated to be cut. Here they are. Counseling Office Secretary, served AHS for almost 30 years, supports all counselors and the Career and College Coordinator. She is the liaison between the enrollment office and the high school. Several days before school starts, she provides all teachers with the Section 504 plans with their students. She is responsible for making sure grades are taken care for transcribes, all transcripts that come to the high school and request, and send for CUME records for outgoing and incoming students. Schedule all appointments, including Section 504 meetings. There are several reports that are needed to track at-risk students. Secretary 2 supports both AHS and McGregor High School. This took place after we already lost one secretary. She assists in the 6-week grade checks for McGregor students, helps with short, long-term independent study contracts, monitors ill students. She has also developed a trusting relationship with some of our most vulnerable students. Secretary 1 runs the front office and reports to the principal, helps with graduation, field trips, purchase orders, building reservations, etc. Career and College Coordinator takes care of all things AP related, from communicating with students and staff to organizing the exams itself and doing a lot of troubleshooting. Recently, the registration process was moved to the fall, and Ms. Parrott did a great job facilitating the new process. This role is not one that counselors could take on, so removing his position would be a big hit to those enrolled in advanced level classes. College visits in which representatives come to AHS would also take a big hit and may not be able to take place. Clerks, managers manage all money associated with staff, clubs, and scholarships, manage book distribution. I would also like to add that I am in complete support of the Albany Children's Center remaining open. My son attended ACC and Carrie S. was great. Her support staff and Anna M. was also amazing in supporting my little one, who at the time required a lot of attention. Take care and stay safe. Tedra.
Thank you, board, for helping get all of the public comment read, and thank you, public, for writing your points of view and sending them to us. We appreciate that. I would like to turn this back over briefly to Superintendent Wells to address any possible misunderstanding that came through during that public comment.
And they talked a lot about ranging from special ed to closing the child care, which has been a common theme tonight. A lot of which I've got to go back with my team and do some reflecting on that. And so I do understand the area of special ed and the perception that losing some aides, no one wants to lose anything. And so I understand that, but I can assure you that we have currently an adequate number of aides to meet the required IEP and additional required special ed services at this point. Are we scaled back? Absolutely. Do we have enough to do the job and accomplish the mission? Yes. And with the right systems that we're rolling out, we can even be very efficient with it. But if we had it our way, would we prefer to have more than less? Absolutely. But the reality is we have to stay balanced, and this is part of staying balanced. And this pre-COVID devastation is what, or impact is what have us where we are now. And so we are making a great commitment and providing the required attention special ed need. But I do hear the parents, and I do hear their concerns, and I really appreciate their voice. And so, yes, we did hear the voice. Every day after a board meeting, we debrief just to talk about the voices we heard and what that means and how might we be able to follow up. Because it's important that we hear the parents. I'm like you and the rest of the community. I miss folks coming to the board meeting and doing live time. But I do appreciate that people are staying active and speaking their truth, even when it's in the midst of sometimes misunderstanding. Thank you.
Okay. I want to also, Frank, I'm not going to let you off the hook that easy. A number of these emails talked about the closure of ACC. Will you address that again? And I think also it was mentioned about the end of before and after school programs. Can you
Yeah, I think
restate that, please?
Yeah, I think Trustee Hinckley made it crystal clear, and I'm on board about before even considering that, the first step needs to have some discussion and input from the board. And so we're not there.
Okay, would you or Ms. Gonzalez like to restate what this resolution is?
Sure, I turn it over to Chief Person and Human Resource, Marina Gonzalez.
We are not able to hear it. There's too much echo. Actually, while Ms. Gonzalez is getting that worked out, board members, we've run past time again. I think that we're within 20-minute, maybe a half an hour reach of actually finishing our business. I ask for an extension to no later than 12:30. Can I get a second?
That ship sailed.
1:30?
You mean 1:30?
Oh, excuse me. Yes, I'm sorry. 1:30.
I second.
Okay, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Student Board Member Mala,
Yes.
Student Board Member Weinstein,
Yes.
Trustee Clark,
Yes.
Trustee Doss,
Yes.
Trustee Hinckley,
Yes.
President Trutain,
Yes.
Vice President Duran.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Please take it away. What is the essence and purpose of this resolution that has been brought?
So this resolution, this is intended to address
We still can't hear you clearly.
Okay. Is that better? Is that better? Okay. Sorry about that. So this resolution is intended to address the positions that we currently have that either may not be back to work in full next fiscal year or significantly reduced based on at the rate at which we're going. We're hearing that schools may not reopen in the same way that they were before the school closures. So 100% may not be open. And so until we know more about schools reopening, how they'll reopen, programs reopening, and what our needs are, we do need to move to reduce these classifications. And then when we do reopen, we can restore these. And that's why we have titled it Provisional Layoffs Pending School Reopening.
Thank you. So these are provisionals, and when we do reopen, I know that Dr. Wells said earlier in conversation with Vice President Duran that that the idea is when we reopen, we would need the vast majority of these back. Even if we reopened in a hybrid model, we would need the majority of these positions back. Board, any further questions or comments?
I have a question about the process for deciding which of these positions would be recalled. And I guess there are two buckets, maybe three. The Children's Center, which has one set of fiscal relationships and imperatives and a different timeline, where a decision has to be made by July 1st when our contract renews with the state. There will be some commitment on our part to either deliver services or not. That's one decision process. And then there's the decision process about if we open school, who are the staff that we would bring back. So what I'd like some clarity on, or a commitment from, I think, the superintendent, is how will the board be involved in those decisions, and how will they tie into the budget process for next year? So for example, if we were not to reopen and we were to then save all of the salaries from some of the cafeteria staff, for example, and some of the other in-person staff, how does that change our budget picture, and when would we be able to think about then using those resources for other positions to facilitate distance learning or restore some of the para positions, et cetera? I think what I'm looking for is a commitment that if we vote for a resolution that's intended to sort of cover our bases while we make a set of decisions, I'd like a commitment that those decisions are decisions that will be made by the board in a sort of transparent, much more participatory process over the next month.
Let me make sure I understand the request regarding bringing staff back. Typically, around these personnel issues, staff works with HR. I think what I think we ought to do is that we give updates to the board about where we are and who we brought back and the rationale. If the board is asking that we don't handle these personnel decisions the way we typically do that, I would need direction from the board. Otherwise, I think an update on who's coming back and the rationale, or maybe in the form of reports, or I'm hearing that we don't do that, but we bring it to the board about who we can bring back and who we don't. I'm not clear on the question, I guess.
I guess my question is, can you commit to a transparent and participatory process for deciding what happens with the Children's Center for one? That's part one, which affects whether we bring these staff back and how many of them, which needs to happen soon. And secondly, that the decisions about what staffing looks like in the different reopening scenarios are also part of what you committed earlier to bringing to the board, so that we have the final say in what is configured when we decide how to reopen.
Okay, I'm hearing
clear?
a couple of things here. If we were to ever consider getting rid of a program, that comes to the board at the thinking stage. In terms of personnel matter, outside of layoffs, what you're saying to the restoration, you want the board to have input in that process?
Just the same input that I asked for earlier around what reopening looks like.
Oh, I get it. And so
for the K-12.
Okay, so maybe in conjunction with the reopening, have this as part of that package? Is that what I'm hearing? I just want to be clear.
Yes, except for the Children's Center, which is different because I know that decisions have to be made leading up to the start of the next fiscal year. So I think that's a shorter time frame than deciding on reopening.
Okay, we're going to loop this with reopening. I think that works. Would that be satisfactory?
Not for the Children's Center. I want what I asked for earlier, and it's just me. I haven't heard other board members reinforce this, but I want a clear process and involvement in the decisions that are being made around the future of the Children's Center as you negotiate and deal with the state approaching the July 1st start date of the next round of contracts.
Got it. All right, thank you for that.
If I could add that I support us finding out more about the ACC going forward and having a really clearly laid out plan. My question, I don't know if it's appropriate, President Trutain, at this time, which is just to comment that in order for us to be kept up to speed, I think we're going to have to meet during the summer. And at some point, given all this discussion we're having, at some point, I think we're going to have to talk about that before we get out of here tonight as well.
Oh, well, I would say that I'm completely open to the idea of meeting in July or any additional meetings we might need in June to give our input and to keep abreast of all these things. But I'm not sure that we need to decide on any meeting dates tonight. I think that we can work those out at a later date. I would like to ask for if there's any amendments that people might have on this resolution, or if not, I'm open to any motion from the floor.
I have a question about amendments, or maybe this could be a future agenda item, but I am very curious why it was really important to eliminate the ACC director, but we're keeping the aquatic center director. We've given Alexia 3 jobs and we've kept an aquatic center director for a pool that's not open and facilities we're not renting. That seems to me like a sensible position to put on this provisional layoff list, as we could make decisions over the next 2 months based on what reopens in the pool. But for me, there's a disconnect between leaving that position off this list. It may not be feasible to even propose adding it. But I just want to put that out there.
Yeah, why couldn't we add it? That's a really good point.
That would be an amendment, I think, right?
Oh.
To change an amendment is, Trustee Hinckley, are you just expressing your thoughts or are you requesting an amendment?
I guess my concern is procedurally, an amendment to add a position that was not on before means the public didn't have the chance to, for example, argue that that position shouldn't be on the list, right?
Point.
So I actually don't feel comfortable putting it as an addition, but so I could raise it as a future agenda item and maybe have it be brought to the board, but I don't feel comfortable adding someone to a list when there's no opportunity for any response.
And we didn't meet the 72, I'm sorry, we didn't meet the 72-hour rule for that position to be posted.
Right, I agree with both of you, but I think that the board can direct staff to look at that, and so that we can discuss it at one of our future meetings, one of our June meetings.
President Tutane, we're going to revisit a few positions this week, and so it won't just be that one, but it would be a few. I know you didn't ask for us a few, but we're duty bound to look at the few that we had on the table for further discussion. So I don't want to get into all that right now, but just want to know it won't just be that one we're looking at.
Okay, so we're going to, but we are adding the aquatic center director to the list of positions that you're going to consider, and you will bring an analysis back to the board with that, with a recommendation one way or the other. Correct?
Yeah, I think we bring back somewhat of analysis. I don't know how much of analysis it will be, but it will be somewhat, because we want to assess the needed services is what we're talking about. Yes.
Right. Okay. So I am still looking for a motion then on resolution 2019-20-28, the provisional layoffs. All right. Then I will make the motion that we approve resolution 2019-20-28, reduction of classified services, provisional.
I second that.
May we have a roll call, please?
Student Board Member Mulla,
Yes.
Student Board Member Weinstein,
Yes.
Trustee Doss,
No.
Trustee Hinckley,
Yes.
President Tutane,
Yes.
Vice President Duran,
Yes.
and Trustee Clark recused himself.
Yeah, recuse.
Thank you.
The motion passes with our 2 student board members in favor. Board members Hinckley, Duran, and Trutain in favor. Board Member Doss, no. And Board Member Clark recusing himself from this item. Okay. That brings us to our agenda item 12-13, Resolution 2019-20-29, requesting Albany City Council place the Ranked Choice Initiative on the November 2020 ballot. Mm, 13. Okay. I prepared this item myself. And I'm sure you've all had a chance to read it. We have a history on this board with the ranked choice voting issue. We've passed a couple of resolutions prior to this in favor. The current situation is that this issue of putting the initiative on the ballot was entertained at last week's city council meeting. And city council members asked specifically that the school board provide them with up-to-date information, because the last time we passed a resolution on ranked choice voting, the current board was not seated. And so I prepared this item, and so we can entertain some comments or discussion now at your will.
Given the late hour, and unless somebody wants to make comments, I'm happy to make a motion to approve the resolution. If I can.
Let me make sure that
There was public comment though, right?
yeah, that's what I was going to look at real quickly. There was one public comment. Sarah, do you want to read that?
I could. Where would it be? Oh, I see.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Albany School Board members. Thank you for taking the time to consider supporting placing ranked choice voting on the November 2020 ballot. I am a proponent of the RCV initiative and a co-founder of Voter Choice Albany. As described in your agenda packet, there are some incremental costs to the school board associated with RCV, averaging about $10,000 per year for the first 4 years and $6,500 per year thereafter. I don't know that I need to read all of the financial details. I submit to you that this modest cost is a bargain for a more representative voting method. On behalf of Voter Choice Albany, on May 14th, I turned in a petition to consider RCV to the City Clerk of Albany. In their initial count, the City Clerk counted 616 signatures. At the May 18 Albany City Council meeting, the Council considered putting RCV on the November ballot. 24 comments in support were received, including 3 from Albany School Board members and none against. Clearly, the people of Albany are speaking up in favor of having the opportunity to vote on RCV. Please join the 616 signatories and support giving Albany voters the opportunity to decide whether RCV is something they want. Andrew Tang.
Thank you. I am ready to hear a motion on this resolution.
I'll second Sarah's. I think she already motioned it.
All right. And can we have a roll call, please?
Student Board Member Mallow?
Yes.
Sorry, having technical difficulties here. Student Board Member Weinstein?
Yes.
Trustee Hinckley?
Yes.
President Trutain?
Yes.
Vice President Duran?
Yes.
Trustee Clark?
Yes.
Trustee Doss?
Yes.
Thank you.
We have an anonymous, a unanimous approval of the ranked choice voting resolution. And that ends our, oh, no, it doesn't. It ends our resolutions. We still have a couple of contracts, 12-3. I turn this over to the superintendent.
Thank you, President Tutain. The contracts tonight will be presented by our Director of Facility and Maintenance. And I'm gonna turn it over to Ben Barara now. So it's getting, I apologize.
No problem. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Board President Tutain and distinguished board members. We're bringing this item before the board to review and approve an independent contractor agreement with Kleinfelder Incorporated of Oakland, California. In 2014, they prepared a geotechnical report for the Marin Elementary School rebuild project that was in the works at that time. That report was submitted and approved by DSA. And because it was approved by DSA for the current rebuild construction project, the only requirement by the district is to provide an update to that original report. Kleinfelder has submitted a proposal, and they are more than happy to provide that update. The reason for an update is that when that report was done in 2014, it was done based on the construction building code requirements at that time. So the update will be based on today's code requirements, which are from 2019. So to do that update, it's going to require 3 tasks. The second task is optional. We don't know if DSA or the California Geological Survey might ask for it. If they don't, it'll be a $6,900 savings. And so the cost for this work will be paid by bond funds. Are there any questions?
I hear no questions.
I move that we approve the independent contractor agreement with Kleinfelder for updates to the previously prepared geotechnical report for the Marin Elementary School rebuild project.
Second.
May we have a vote, please?
Student Board Member Mala,
Yes.
Student Board Member Weinstein,
Yes.
President Tutain,
Yes.
Vice President Duran,
Yes.
Trustee Clark, Trustee Clark,
May we have a vote, please?
Student Board Member Mala, yes. Student Board Member Weinstein, yes. I'm sorry, I can't hear. Trustee Clark?
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Doss?
Yes.
Trustee Hinckley?
Yes.
Thank you.
The contract passes unanimously, and we move to item 12-4, Independent Contractor Services Agreement with BKF Engineers for updates to previously prepared civil survey for the Marin Elementary School rebuild project. Mr. Barrega?
Yes. This item is also very similar to the previous item that was just approved. BKF Engineers had done that civil survey of the Marin Elementary School rebuild project. It also was submitted and approved by DSA. So with that, again, the only requirement for the district would be to provide an update to that report. And it's very similar in nature in that for the updated survey, it would be according to the current design of the project by LCA Architects. And this item only requires 2 tasks. And these tasks will also be paid for by bond funds. Are there any questions?
I don't have any questions. I have 2 short comments, one of which is I really appreciate the continuity that was exhibited in both of these contracts, that we were able to go back to our vendor who had provided these services before and are able to just pay an upcharge to get an update. I think that if we hadn't had such good continuity throughout our bond projects, that this may not have happened. So I wanted to congratulate you on that. And then I also wanted to bring forward that I'm not sure if BFK would be the correct entity, but the board did express interest in getting a report on the seismic safety of all of our schools, you know, especially the new buildings that we're constructing and compared to the buildings that were just that we're just doing some voluntary update on. So at some point, probably in August, I don't think it could be any sooner than that. We would like to hear about that issue.
Okay, I can look into that for you.
Great, thank you. Can we have a motion?
I move that we approve independent contractor services agreement with BK Engineers for updates to the previously prepared civil survey for the Marion Elementary School rebuild.
Second.
May we have a vote, please?
Student Board Member Mala,
Yes.
Student Board Member Weinstein,
Yes.
Vice President Duran,
Yes.
Trustee Clark,
Yes.
Trustee Doss,
Yes.
Trustee Hinckley,
Yes.
President Trutain.
Yes.
Thank you.
So that's.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Borrega. Please move forward on all these projects. Now that does bring us to the end of our action items. Several things came up in our meeting regarding the future agenda items. A presentation by the IT department was requested. And also I heard items that the board wants to hear about and be involved in the examining the ACC and the reopening process and schedule for ACC, as well as being involved in the reopening plan for all of our schools. Did I miss anything? No? Okay. Hearing nothing, I thank all of you.
The Aquatic Center Director,
Yeah.
I don't know if that's an agenda item, but it was a direction to staff.
Okay.
I'd also like to, in the same vein, ask staff to look into the other reductions that were mentioned by ATA in their response around textbook spending and other non-personnel expenses, as I believe we get the budget presented to us at our next meeting.
Nice catch. Yeah, thank you. Okay. With all of that, I hope all of you sleep well. It's been a marathon meeting. I very much appreciate your patience and your attention to these very important issues. It wasn't easy, but I appreciate everybody. Everybody was here. Everybody participated fully. We had a lot of public participation, and And that makes for a very good, if long, meeting.
There was one other item that we brought up, the having public comment live during the meetings as the city council does at our next agendized meeting.
Live. Yes, got that too. Okay.
So
And
is that an official, that's an official instruction given to staff for that?
Well, it's something we've started working on about a week and a half ago with the city, who was walking us through how to do that. And so we should be up and running doing that shortly. So it's already in motion. But I understand your question, Trustee Doss.
I think that, we have to test out the system, and we know it works for the city. I think that for our June 9th meeting, our next regular public meeting, that could be in place. I think we have a special meeting, more of a workshop. And I don't know if we need that facility for the workshop, but for the next regular, so the June 9th regular meeting, we'll proceed with the intention of having that facility at the June 9th meeting.
I had one thing really quickly, just that, sorry. I got an email notification from Nextdoor that discussion that we were voting to close ACC tonight. So I think it's just important for us to be cognizant of the fact that there's a lot of misinformation going around and how to mitigate that in the future.
I agree. I hope to see some communication from the district office to the community about what was actually voted on tonight, so that our community can get the facts straight from the horse's mouth. Yep. And with that, at 1:30 a.m., we are adjourned.